racing. Clean break for the six-pack to begin Thursday. And First Call gets first call and is in first place. It is First Call in Guillermo Rodriguez by a half. Minister of Soul, the 10-year-old, seems spry this evening and is to the inside of Haya. Outside of that, Uncaptured Warrior wide in search of 2 consecutive wins. After that, Your Romantic just put in last by Distorted Pros on the move. 6 covered by 4, and they have 5/16 of a mile to travel. First Call in Guillermo Rodriguez trying to pull an upset in gate-to-wire fashion. Minister of Soul is dropping out of it, being passed by Haya, Uncaptured Warrior, and on the inside, Distorted Pro. Nothing from Your Romantic into the final furlong. First Call still in first place. First Call still in first place. After that, Haya. Then it's Distorted Pro on the inside. We are down to First Call and Distorted Pro, and the long shot beats the favorite in race 1. They're racing. Charlie Paints in her turf debut came out okay on the inside, and the bookender Grace Alace at 5-1 also flashes speed. Between them, Blazing Performer, hot to grab that early pace with those blinkers, and Mighty Maddie tracks those 3, 5 lengths out of it, and about 2.5 clear from Honey Crisp. The one loping along in last, Molly's Mia, 8 lengths from front to back, and they go AC-doocy early. Charlie Paints leads it by a neck from Blazing Performer. Make it a half, make it nearly 1. After that, Mighty Maddie, 5 lengths out of it to the inside of Grace Alace. 4 lengths behind that to Honey Crisp, who is 8 lengths behind Charlie, who leads it by 1. And in last is Molly's Mia to the outside of Honey Crisp. And the 6 head into the far turn, racing in 3 packs of 2. It is 1-2 up top. Charlie Paints in the turf debut trying to go wire to wire. Blazing Performer at 6-1 right alongside. Right behind them, Mighty Maddie full of run, waiting for a way through. Grace Alace is on the move, 3 wide. Charlie Cuts opens up 1.5. After that, Honey Crisp, and the one in last is Molly's Mia. Charlie Paints desperately trying to hold on. Grace Alace makes a big move to the outside with the white face. Inside, Mighty Maddie gets the light of day. Charlie fights back. After that is Honey Crisp, and they're into the final 125. Mighty Maddie at 2.5-1, saving her best for last. Mighty Maddie, mighty indeed. And they're racing, and on the wide side, Baby Nova came out like a big boy, and the bookender Palace Attained on that class drop flies up to the inside, and those 2, 1 and 8, slug it out midway through the barn side. After that, Smack Over Lime about to be joined by Sharma D, who's on the move up into 3rd, and Palace Attained takes the lead by a half. After that is Vesties, about 9 lengths out of it to the inside of the gray Lucky Funky Supernova. Then it's another 2, maybe 3 back to the final 2 fully funded. And the one in last is Sing for Your Supper. Well strung out cast of 8 arrives at the top of the stretch. Baby Nova putting pressure on Palace Attained. Baby Nova 8-1, all about a big boy right now. Baby Nova with Palace Attained resurgent to the inside. Behind them, Sharma D. This one's 3-1 and is about 3 lengths out of it. Then we come back to Vestige far outside, smack over line. Palace Attained, Baby Nova between them, Sharma D. Palace Attained down in class, up in the winner's circle. And they're racing. Golden Bandit started speedily, and so did Drama Chorus on the outside. Between them is Half Brother. Inside of that, Zavy Dave as they bend around that corner. And with 1 lap to go, Golden Bandit and the leading man have the lead. Bet down to 8-5. Drama Chorus is next. Then we come to the Right Stuff. The Brit 4 lengths out of it. Racing to the inside of Half Brother. About 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Zavy Dave. Tonka Warrior covers up that one, 7 out of it, 2.5 clear from Kennebec. Then it's That's Not Funny in the clear, 10 lengths from the lead. House of Lords whips them in, 13 from it. Up the barn side, and Golden Bandit gets the lead by himself. Golden Bandit 1.5. Drama Chorus in second, 1. Then it's the Right Stuff to the inside of Half Brother. After that, Zavy Dave being niggled out a bit with 3.5 furlongs to go. Tonka Warrior outside of that one. That's Not Funny on the move, 7 out of it. Behind them is Kennebec, blocked right now. Still nothing from House of Lords. Off the far turn, it's Golden Bandit calling all the shots, leading it by 2. Drama Chorus ships all in. That's Not Funny is attempting to take third to the outside of Half Brother. Tonka Warriors on the move, but doing so 6 wide. Golden Bandit 3 as they head for home. Golden Bandit roused for more run. Tonka Warriors finishing very fast on the outside. And at 4-1, Tonka Warrior swooshes right by. Tonka Warrior impressively. 4-3-2 in race 4. Make that 10-3-2 in race 4. Man in, and they're racing. Martini Man comes out with intoxicatingly good early speed, and Martini Man and Fuentes from the outside spot get all the way down to the inside. Coily, Martini Man 2. After that, I Conduit D'Angelo to the outside of that 4. Right behind them, the firster Cold Soul, prominent, 3 lengths from the lead. Cold Soul, a length and a half clear from Natural Causes, 2.5 after that, Real Good Magic. Then we come back to the firster, Cherry River, and last is Bennigan, and in first is Martini Man. It's Martini Man from I Conduit at 15-1. Behind them, we have Cold Soul. D'Angelo is not firing. D'Angelo, the even money favorite, not firing to this stage. Martini Man is firing. Martini Man has left them punch drunk. Martini Man 5, beating I Conduit. D'Angelo, a distant third. And they're racing. The 5 got jarred around a little bit shortly after the start. JJ's Moonshine out fast. Likewise for that white horse, One Sweet Ferrari. Outside BP April and Keep Dreamin'. Keep Dreamin' gave the other 7 a nightmare. Hit again. And they're racing. Number 1 stumbled shortly after the start. Dashing Mui Maka dashes out fast, and so does Little Sister Run. Here's JJ Sweet and Sassy surging on the outside. JJ Sweet and Sassy. And they're racing in the Cash Caravan. A bad start for Jess Rocketman. The big favorite is a bad last. Meanwhile, Western Reserve and Relentless Babe come surging out, and so does Relentless Flash. Jess Rocketman recovering fast, but not fast enough. Relentless Flash wins the Cash. And they're off. Number 2, One New Year Boy Fly, stumbled badly shortly after the start. That's the one in last. Mystic Coronita, the white horse on the inside, fires. So does Travelin' Trixie, the bookender. It's 1-7 in race 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Mr. Hank Hewitt leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good afternoon, and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, under partly cloudy skies. The main track is fast, and the turf course is firm for Made in Minnesota night, featuring the Minnesota Oaks and the Minnesota Derby. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. Race 1 offers no changes. Race 1 is free and clear. It starts the 10% takeout, 50-cent first 5 wager. No changes in the lid lifter. A bevy of changes in race number 2. Scratch the 1, Sweet Bodemeister, the 3, West Dakota, the 4, Incredible Victor, and the 9, Biel's Concerto. 1, 3, 4, and 9 are all scratched in race 2. Race 3 offers no changes. No changes in the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. Race 4 will start with a jockey change. Number 11 should be ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Now the scratches in race 4 are 2, Devil Vision, 3, Vital, 8, Shut Up Michael, and 15, War Chest. Scratch 2, 3, 8, and 15, all in the 4th. And also a jockey change on the 12. Make the jockey Serafin Carmona. Carmona picks up the mount on the 12. Race 5, no changes. Race 5 is free and clear. Race 6, scratch 2, Cross the Causeway, and 6, Cal L. In race 6, take out 2 and 6. Race number 7, scratch the 1, Vroyski. In race 7, number 1 is a scratch. Race 8, the lucky last with no changes. Made in Minnesota night, fast and firm. Up next, we go to the beautiful TV studio here in the press box for everything important here at Canterbury Park. For that conversation, we send it over to Angela Herman and Mr. Jeff Madej.
Well, thank you, Kevin. That's right. Here we are in the First Bet studio on Made in Minnesota night. I am Jeff, and she's Ange.
Yes, and we are on Post-its. Why, you ask? Well, the Post-it was invented in 1968 by accident here in Minnesota by an employee at 3M. He was trying to create a stronger adhesive for the aerospace industry. Didn't work. Had a weak adhesive that didn't leave any residue behind. Post-it notes were born. Just one of the many factoids that are going to come your way tonight with all things Minnesota on Made in Minnesota night.
Love that Post-it note, too. They're all over my desk. Couldn't live without them.
Yes,
don't
they
accept
are.
Substitutes. You want the 3M brand. You want the real Post-it.
And the long ones to make extra notes on your notes.
Right. Yeah, I love them. I wouldn't survive. I wouldn't have been here 30 years without the Post-it note, so thank you. To the inventors of the Post-it note. Now, as I said, it's Made in Minnesota night. It's also Beer Fest here at Canterbury. You'll be able to enjoy several Minnesota beers, but beers really from all over the United States. And if you're already in the building, if you could be watching anywhere in the world, and if you can speed over here, you can pay $10 to get in, and then another $35, and you get into the Beer Fest. Paddock Pavilion's where you buy tickets. It's a lot of fun. It's a great event. And if you're going to drink beer tonight, I'm telling you, the Beer Fest ticket's the way to go.
Well, right. I mean, beer was not invented in Minnesota, but it might as well have been. We got so many good varieties down there. Right, Schmidt. There's lots of different, very tasty brews that have especially popped up with some of the craft brews over the last 20 years
Hams.
or so. There is Hams. There's the old classics. There's a lot of very good beer, both
Rainbow?
yes, both produced in Minnesota and at Beer Fest tonight. That is an additional ticket to your admission. If you are in the building, you're thirsty, what
And
better
Shells.
combination?
Don't forget Shells.
Don't forget
Made in
Shells.
Minnesota. Sorry, I just keep interrupting, just beer names. But I've had a long history with beer, so
Oh,
I know
okay.
a lot of
Well,
them.
then give it its due. No
I know
problem.
a lot of them. Now, on Thursday, we're back on Thursday, $5 admission. Of course, we do run tomorrow. It's family day. Sundays, that's a staple here at Canterbury. But Thursday night, $5 admission, $5 beer, all sorts of stakes racing action, 3 quarter-horse stakes, including the $80,000 Northlands Futurity, the centerpiece every year of our quarter-horse stakes schedule.
Yes, and we'll start with 3-year-olds with that Derby in race number 6. The late pick 3 is composed of first 3-year-olds, then juveniles, and the middle of those two is going to be the Northlands Futurity. Some of the horses that raced in the trials will go in the juvenile, but any initial inklings, he is our resident quarter horse expert here in Minnesota. Nobody knows Minnesota bred quarter horses better than Jeff Madej. So in taking a first glance at it, what did you see?
Well, I think I see Olmsted.
Oh, all right. Well, that's rich and deep analysis from one Jeff Madej on what to expect on Thursday with some of those stakes races that come our way. Some of the best that we've seen in recent times are going to square off in the Derby and the Northlands Futurity. Now, moving on, there's still plenty going on after the races the next day. I mean, you can come see Craig Morgan, and we've got more still coming later in the month. We've got more comedy coming. We've got a meat raffle on the 16th. I mean, Craig Morgan, meat.
Well, you go to the meat raffle at the Pullman Club downtown Shakopee. You support the Leg Up Fund. Proceeds from that go to the Leg Up Fund. Then you come over here and see Craig Morgan. I'm not really familiar with Mr. Morgan's work, but I've heard that he's a very successful country artist, and I think the show will be pretty cool. And the setting down there, the little amphitheater that we've created at the end of the grandstand is cool, and the acoustics are great. And I at first, we've been doing it a few years. I was a little skeptical about what it would sound like, but I did check the 38 Special show out last week. Sonically fantastic.
Yeah, and there's different options for how you can enjoy your concert experience. If you're the kind of person that likes to stay seated, there's seating areas. If you want to stand a little bit more, be down in the pit, move around, there's different options for where you can go. You can even be indoors. There's indoor options if you don't want to spend your whole night outside, or, if you just want to be closer to the door. Some people do. Some people want to go in different spots, and you can check out all of that information for Craig Morgan and beyond on our website.
Salted nut roll. Where's that made? Minnesota. Right down on West 7th Street in St. Paul, the capital city. Pearson's Salted Nut Roll.
Very popular up here. I think one of those made an appearance in the changes today, if I'm not mistaken.
You might be right. Leg Up Fun Night. That's a week from tonight, August 17th. That's a chance for you to support jockeys. It's a lot of fun. Injured jockeys who get injured while they're riding at Canterbury. Also helps out exercise riders who are probably making less money than jockeys are. And when they're not working, they're not getting paid. So it's a great fund. It's something that we've taken a lot of pride in, and it's been successful because our racing fans support it. And we expect to see you here. We hope to see you here. And I know that if you are, you're going to support this great cause. And you can do another thing on Monday night. I think, Ange, you might stop in. You've been known to play a little Texas Hold'em. There's a fundraiser for the Leg Up Fund. It's a charity poker tournament, no limit Hold'em. $100 gets you in. 50 of that goes into the prize pool. And the other 50 goes to the Leg Up Fund. There'll be bounties. Like if you're playing, there'll be a $50 bounty around your neck. If someone knocks you out, they take that $50. So it's a lot of fun. I'm going to play. I'm not very good, but I do what I can.
Well, and I heard there's going to be $50 bounties on each of us in the STEAM team, correct? Me, Paul, and Kevin. If we show up next to you and you knock us out of the tournament, you can have that bounty. Shouldn't be too difficult with me. Paul might be a little bit more difficult out, but me and Kevin, probably easy money. So why wouldn't you get involved in that?
Paul's crafty, but Paul's also very impatient and impulsive. So you can sucker him into a pot pretty easily. Now,
Fair enough.
Here's your leading jockeys. Tell us more.
Yes, the lead continues to grow for Luis Fuentes. I thought he was going to have a big night the other night. We'll talk a little bit more about one of his mounts tonight, coming up soon. And I think that Luis Fuentes is lined up to probably extend that lead. It just looks like he's coming up on the right horses at the right time. He has been riding well throughout this meet on turf and dirt, and there's a lot of reasons why he's the leading rider.
But Eddie G in second, he rides the two prohibitive favorites in the Oaks and the Derby, so he could pick up a couple of wins.
Yes, and those are going to be some exciting races to watch up close and personal. Some of the stars in the Minnesota bred ranks, and one of them trained by Mac Robertson, Extreme Diva in the Oaks we're going to talk about in a second. He leads the way in the trainer standings, and it's now become a bit clearer lead. It was a close race earlier on in the meet, and it still is really behind him. You can see the small margin between a lot of these guys, but Mac Robertson has extended his lead with a few more starts. You can see reaching into the triple digits, but a very good meet for our many-time leading trainer, Mac Robertson. One that's not in his camp, though, is in Esperado. He is going to make his second start in a new stable tonight, and I thought that he was in a good spot. A few of us are on board with in Esperado, but the guy that knows him best at the moment is Ruben Fuentes. How's he doing?
Hi, Angela. I like Esperado because I think he's in the perfect spot. It's a 12-horse field, but with a clean trip, I think he should be really tough in this condition. He's training great. He's doing great, so I'm very excited to see him run. He's a really pretty horse, probably one of the biggest horses I've ever been on, but let's hope we get a little lucky. And I'm glad that I have the leading rider, which is my brother, so that makes a big difference.
Love that play of the day. I really do. And in Esperado, a lot of people must have, I know you did a little video about the horse on social media earlier in the week, and I see a lot of the public handicappers probably watched it and probably just followed your lead.
That could be. He's in a very good spot, and I think some of the scratches will only help his cause. But he's going to be right in between our two stakes races tonight, the first one being the Minnesota Oaks. We're going to have big favorites in both of them, and I wanted your opinion on each of these horses because so much of the attention is going to go to Extreme Diva and later Street Warrior. If you're attacking pick 5 sequences, and you should be, which one of these would you take more of a spread against?
Sorry, I got caught up in the spam.
How do you not?
Well, now, Kevin Gorg and I were talking about Extreme Diva. And if you go back to last year's Minnesota Oaks, there was a horse who you'll actually see in the 8th race tonight named Cupid's Crush. Could not possibly lose the Minnesota Oaks. Couldn't lose. Could not lose. 1-9. Got beat. So there you go. If you're looking for a pattern match, maybe you try to do that. Don't forget the Tonka toys either. Did you have a Tonka toy?
I did not have a Tonka toy. I'm reminded over and over again that I was not around for Tonka toys. And no, I did not have one, but I stare and envy at it every time that it makes an appearance up here in the studio.
Made in Minnesota in Mound. I think right after World War II is when it was created. And you talked about that being kind of an accident. I think the Tonka toy was too, because the inventors or creators were going to make tools, garden tools. Somehow they made a steam shovel. Then they decided they could make toys. And here's another piece of interesting history. The mouse, who's masterminded all of this. Both of his grandmothers worked at the factory in Mound, and both of them were named Agnes. Well, you can't make that up.
Yeah, that's how he gets the nice things. I didn't have a Tonka toy. Good for you, Mousy. That's nice to get a little bit of history, both personally and professionally with you. And Tonka, yes, one of those products made right here in Minnesota. I hope everybody in the Oaks and Derby had their Wheaties. Those also were created in 1921 with some wheat bran spilt on the floor out of a hot stove by a Minnesotan working for the Washburn Crosby Company, later known as General Mills. Let's get back to the racing.
Maybe, though, what if the steam team were to, like, the three of you, swept a card entirely? You could be on a box of Wheaties.
That would be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's just take one of those stickers and slap it right on the front of this if that ever happens. And we will have our own Wheaties box.
I think the Wheaties will come looking for you if you can pull that off, because it's almost unheard of. We missed the Derby. Street Warrior will be the 1-9 favorite in the Derby and will be very tough to beat.
That's that, yes. And now we get to the pick 5s that I was alluding to, those 10% takeout wagers, 50-cent minimum each of them. And the first 5, of course, coming up in this very first race in 36 minutes. Both of these sequences are 10% takeout wagers. If you've never attempted a pick 5, you can use as many horses as you like in each leg. That will affect the cost, but we take less, so you get more back. That's what we mean by 10% takeout. The national average way above that, and these are offered twice in each card.
Absolutely. That pick 5 is a very good play. Spam, a good play. Don't forget, we got a Mascot race that includes Spammy. You can find Spammy. He'll be wandering around. Maybe hit him up for some spam. Up next, Jay Litza from the Star Tribune. He's the public handicapper. He's going to join Kevin Gorg. They're down in the paddock for today at the races, and that's all brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
Minnesota's own Prince brings us into Made in Minnesota night. I am Kevin Gorg from Burnsville. This is Jay Litza from the great city of Rosemount, and we're here to handicap the races. And Jay, you are the Star Tribune's handicapper, and I got to tell you, as a race fan all my life, there is just something special about clipping out the card the morning of the races and having those picks. I used to tape them on the back of my racing form or program and having those picks. Welcome, great to work with you, and it's so great to have your analysis in the Star Tribune.
It's great to be here. Thanks. I did the same thing. I had my little clipboard. I'd cut out Davidowitz's Star Tribune picks and put them on there, and then I soon got into the racing form and started reading that, and then my whole world changed. So.
You know, it's funny because you and I are so similar. We grew up in the Twin Cities, South Metro. I don't know about you. I'd never seen a horse race, and there was so much coverage of Canterbury Downs back in the mid-'80s when this place opened up that all of us would just migrate out here just to check out this beautiful horse palace. And then because you get here and you start to figure out what's going on, I mean, I was hooked instantly. I don't know about you, but I fell in love with this place.
Same thing. Senior Skip Day in 1986 came out, actually with the guy you know, John Hansen.
I do know John.
Yeah.
Yep.
John Hansen and I came out here and got hooked. I'd never bet on a race, really. I mean, I watched the Derby, those type of things, but came out here, got hooked, and it's kind of been, history since, so.
Well, we're going to celebrate a lot of Minnesota-made products, including our great Minnesota-bred horses. But before we get started, a great Minnesota company here, Pearson's, makes salted nut rolls. So if you don't have nut allergies, I don't want to cause any kind of rash or a ruckus here, raise your hand. We're going to throw out free candy bars. Grandpa Clippy wants one. Commissioner Oscar's gang needs a couple. Here we go. Salted nut rolls flying into the crowd. So, Jay, give me your thoughts today on this card. The Oaks and the Derby, obviously, the two big races, but we got a nice card. We got some races tonight with some big fields, some turf races. I think these pick fives are immensely playable.
Agreed. I think the Oaks and the Derby could be a little chalky. We're going to have very big favorites in both of those races, but I think there's a lot of opportunity in the turf race. Like the second race, I think is wide open. The late turf races are wide open, so maybe you take your singles in the Oaks and the Derby and go deep in the other ones and try to hit a nice pick five.
Well, let's handicap together, fans. You can handicap along with us. We're going to start in race number 1. We've got a nice allowance optional claimer with a purse of $30,000. Jay, they're going to go a mile. You and I are going to land on the same horse. So I'm going to give you lead vocals. Who do you like in the lid lifter?
Yeah, I got Catholic Guilt. Horse has been in really good form this year. I mean, been in the Steve Asmussen barn. That's my one concern. I don't know about you, but, you know, Asmussen's...
Hopefully he sticks.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, there he is. Hi, Skippy.
Luckily, there's no distractions going on here. Asmussen. He's won the most races in the history of horse racing, so obviously he knows how to train. Joe Roberts has had him one time. He ran a very good race down at Fair Meadows, and he comes back up here, has tactical speed. I think he's probably the one to beat. And at 3-1, I think is actually a pretty good price.
Yeah, I agree. I think Catholic Guilt's in a good spot. I went to St. John the Baptist over in Savage, Minnesota. The nuns would get those long pointers, and I talked a lot. Imagine that. And if you were in church and you were talking when you were supposed to be paying attention, they'd give you the whack in the back of the neck. This is long before they had any issues with teachers putting their hands on students, clearly. But
different time.
My neck was sore, to say the least. Anyway, Catholic Guilt's a horse I think can control this race. I fear the 5, Burning Leaves, and Burning Leaves has a great record at Canterbury. 7 starts on our main track, never worse than second. But, last time out, ran a winning race and lost a photo at 6-1. So I'll have to see an A effort in back-to-back races if he's going to beat us. I'm 2-5-1 in race 1, and now we go to race 2. And I think the turf racing tonight is where you can make the big money. Jay hit the nail on the head with the Oaks and the Derby, smaller fields, tough favorites to get around. But like races 2 and 4, Jay, to me, are gambling races. These are where you can hit an exacta, try, or super and really make your weekend. Who do you like in the second?
I like the 12 at 10-1.
Oh, wow.
Horse shipping in from Parks and for good connections, Van Winkle and Pete Madsen. Pete Madsen obviously has had many good horses here race over the years. And the horse got a little play in his first time out at Parks. He was 4-1, ran, like I kind of thought he would, like a lot of first-timers do, kind of the pop and stop. But now he gets onto his preferred surface. I think Drama Chorus and another good horse came out of this that both like the turf. So I think this horse prefers the turf, gets gelded since its last race, gets first-time Lasix. I think they're going on go today at 10-1. My concern is the outside post, although with the scratches, he moves in a little bit. So,
and I think you're going to show a little speed. I've got your horse in my top 4. If you go to the our website, to Pro Picks, you can see my analysis. I've got the 12 in the mix, and you look at that debut. In the early stages of that race, your horse was up near the pace, and they went 22-3. So I think Lindsay's going to use that speed. I don't see a ton of early foot in this race. And so I think your horse is super sneaky. I give your horse a long look in the exotics, and at 10-1, I think that's a really, really interesting tout. I've got my friends here from the Lynn Stables, Commissioner Oscar, and these folks are great. I mean, they're great fun. They come out in bunches. They support the game. They support Canterbury. They've got homemade T-shirts. And this, to me, just looks like a horse. In a maiden race, you finally get to a spot where you're like, okay, this is the spot. Inside post, enough natural speed to use it. Gallardo takes over for a good trainer in Joel Burnt. I think Commissioner Oscar's in a really, really good spot for victory. I use the 5 in second. I think that horse with the Miguel Angel Silva is going to get a great trip. And I use the 12 and 13 on my ticket as well. 2, 5, 13, and 12. And now we start to handicap the first of 2 big stakes races tonight on Made in Minnesota night at Canterbury. It's the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks in race 3. Only 5 here, Jay. But of the 2 stakes races, I think if we're going to see an upset, this might be the race to shop.
I disagree a little bit.
Really?
I think maybe the other one is just because, Extreme Diva went down to Oaklawn, which we all know how tough a meet that is, and beat some of the better horses in the country. Again, it's first time going 2 turns, but Mac obviously knows what he's doing. So in Mac we trust on this one. And the nice people at Extreme Racing, they've had a great meet, and they always put out good horses. So I think they've kind of been pointing to this race the whole time. Won very easily first time out. Again, between the two, I think they're both going to be heavy favorites, but just the other one only having 2 races, I think there's more to prove there. This one's got some battle scars, Extreme Diva. So I would say this is the more likely one, but again, anytime it's always hard to take a short price on somebody doing horse doing something for the first time. So beware here. And again, if you like a horse that's a price here, I would say take it because again, Extreme Diva has never gone 2 turns.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: if she doesn't run her race and somebody in this race is able to upset her, which of the other 4 horses in your eyes has the best shot?
I like the other Mac. Call them all the 2.
Oh wow.
Taken second a couple times, and again, I think Mac has kind of been pointing to this race, as the season's gone on, and is bred to run farther with dialed in and has never gone 2 turns. Well, actually, 7 furlongs at Delta is 2 turns. Didn't run well that day, but that was sloppy track. Let's draw a line through that. I'm kind of looking for a price here. Again, I think Extreme Diva is the most likely winner, so I'm kind of looking for a price, and I think the 1's going to take money and 4 is going to take money, so I'm looking for a little value.
Yeah, I think Extreme Diva is by far the most likely winner in this race. She's going to be 3-5 or 4-5. But on my pick 5, when I go over that, when I'm going to go upstairs here and we get done, and I'm going to do that pick 5 ticket, I threw Retired Kathy in there, the 4, only because she has run fast enough and well enough around 2 turns to, I think, be a danger. Jay did mention it. The favorite's never been this far. 6 furlongs is the ceiling in her past performances. Yes, she's 3 for 3 here. Yes, she's 5 for 8, and her buyer figures tower over this field. But at a route of ground, I do think the foundation of having other route races matter. And Retired Kathy, although she's more of a turf horse now, you go back to her dirt races at Tampa this winter, and they were good enough to be in the picture here. So 5's the most likely winner. 4 is absolutely a threat to win this race. I go 5, 4, and 1. Now, if I had a nickel for every handicapper and fan in the last 2 hours that's told me they like the 7 in Esperado in race 4, I could take the night off, let Ange call the races, go home to the couch and watch the Twins. This horse has a great chance for victory. I have the horse second. You have the horse on top. Why are so many handicappers migrating to the 7 in Esperado here in race 4?
It's a good question. I'm surprised that many people are, but I just think there's a few things going in this favor. Ruben and Luis, run well together. Yep. Ruben's done very well with very limited starters this year. Dropping in class, Rocket Wrench plays to win. They want to win races, obviously, when they're here locally. And I just think this horse is kind of primed for a good record. Also, the thing, 5 out of his 6 victories have been at this distance, a mile on the turf. So this is kind of the specialty distance. Maybe draw a line through the last race. Hard to say what happened there, but I think this horse is primed for another good race. But it is carrying a lot of weight with all those handicappers liking that horse. So
we'll see what kind of price we get. I love the horse. I think the horse is going to be in the mix for sure. I've got the 1, Sarge's Sermon, on top for Next Level Racing. I love the inside post. Love the record at Canterbury, 6 for 8 in the top 3 on our turf course. And I think there's just enough speed to set it up for somebody off the pace. To me, the X factor might be the horse to the outside, the 12, Mountain Pine, who hasn't shown it lately, but does have a lot of early speed. And I think they're going to go from that outside post. I think this pace is going to be faster than it looks on paper, but I'm with you. I think it's the 1 or the 7. I'm going to box those 2 in a nice exact and hope we get a fair price as we move on to race 5. In the middle of the card, the second of our 2 big stakes races, it is the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. 6 in the gate. Street Warrior, to me, has looked so unbelievably talented, Jay. Back-to-back, 84 buyer speed figures, won by 14 on debut, validated that by coming back and winning by 9. I don't think the distance will be a problem. To me, it's the most likely winner on the card, and I'm going to single this horse in my pick 5s and hope for the best.
Hard to argue with that. The horse has done nothing wrong. 2 for 2, and it's bred to actually probably go farther. So, again, I think this is the horse to beat, but outside post only had 2 races, hasn't really had to overcome adversity. If he doesn't have to overcome adversity again, probably win for fun. But if it takes a stumble at the start or somebody goes out with them, it could change things. And one of these other horses may come back and be able to pass them in the lane. I like the 3 a little bit at a price. Again, been backing up in the lane, but I think there's a reason they put that horse on the turf. They wanted to get a 2-turn race into him last time. basically ran even from an outside post. I think this horse really is bred for the dirt going long, and if they're aggressive with this horse early, it'll be interesting to see if Street Warrior goes after the 2. Or excuse me, the 3.
Yeah, the 3 is interesting, and ran against Street Warrior last time and had to go way too fast. Like 21-4 was just too quick. Tonight, I believe the 3 horse is probably going to have a little more of an easy way of it on the front end, maybe a 24. And if that horse is able to canter wrong, we both know Luis Valenzuela can really slow things down on the front end. I just think the 6, Street Warrior, is one of those rare Minnesota breds that you get where you're going to see this horse progress from the 80s into the 90s, and we've seen Minnesota breds touch 100 with Beyer speed figures. Now you're getting into Triple Crown territory as far as talent goes. This is a really interesting 3-year-old. Can't wait to watch that race and see how good Street Warrior does in the Derby tonight. Race 6, another one of those separators in the pick 4s and pick 5s. Jay, we got a big field. I thought this race was, I don't want to say immensely wide open, because I do think Found Jordan's going to be tough, the 8, but I think there are some bombs that can hit the board here.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I think this race is wide open. I mean, yes, Found Jordan is probably going to be tough to beat, but, the horse tends to hang sometimes. So, leaves the door open for another horse. I actually have the 1 on top, Star Mission. The Wolf gang is going with this one. 2 good races, and just missed in both tries. Gets on the rail. Obviously, they know this horse. This is one of their only horses in their barn, if not their only horse in the barn. Why not? Why not them tonight? It's fun to cheer for the underdog sometimes, and I'm hoping this horse gets a good trip. Just sits on the rail, lets kind of all the other horses do their thing, and then passes them in the stretch.
Yeah, I've got the 1 second. I am 100% on board with Star Mission being a key for the tries and supers. I'm on Found Jordan. I'm going to need close to that 3-1 morning line to make a win bet. I think it's an easy horse to key in the exotics. And then I think the 11, Mr. Insensitive, is the other long shot you're going to want to consider in those tries and supers. Mr. Insensitive always seems to get a slice. 19 career starts, has hit the trifecta in 11 of those. I just think he's going to get a really favorable pace scenario where he'll be finishing when a lot of horses will be grasping for some air in the Canterbury stretch. Race number 7, 5 furlong turf sprint. We had a scratch of number 1, Vroisky. Race still stays together. The problem for me, Jay, is as I tried to handicap this race, I love finding value in turf sprints, and the more I looked, the more I liked the 5 and the 8. How about you?
I went a different direction. I like the 4.
Oh, nice.
Last 9. To me, it looks like the only real quality closer in the field, full of speed. St. Charles, the 5 and the 8 last time went head-to-head basically the whole time, and Boss 9 only lost by, what was it, a half a length or so? Jockey change, Kelsey Hargett's on the horse, who's been one of, obviously, our best long shot jockey this year.
Very profitable.
And, this horse has only been on the turf a few times and ran a very nice race last time. If Kelsey can be patient and kind of let all that speed kind of do their thing on the front end, I like her to come out late and maybe catch these all.
Yeah, I think the 4 is super interesting. 6-1's a nice price, and you make a great point about the 5 and 8 hooking up. Last time they were super vulnerable late, and if they don't bring their absolute A game and they get caught, I would say it'd either be the 4 or the 6, Samurai Mike. So I'm 8, 5, 7, but I am going to mix the 4 into my exotic wagers. Now we head to race 8. Normally on these cards, after having 2 big stakes races, you get to the last race and sometimes you get clomped, right? You get like a $5,000 maiden claimer with a bunch of clippers in there. Not the case tonight. This is a stakes caliber race. There are horses in this race all over the place that have won some big time races. I loved handicapping race 8. Who do you like?
I played the 8, but, basically it's a coin flip between the 6 and the 8. They've been ding-donging it since they were 2 years old, and, I think the 8 has the quality speed, and if the 8 gets loose, I think she'll be very tough to beat. If she does not get loose, then Cupid's Crush is right there. Again, those connections. Mac tries to win a lot of races usually on these big nights, and he's very successful. He did that a few weeks ago in our other big night. So, again, it's a coin flip, but they don't pay me to put 2 horses on top in the paper, so I went 8-6.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought it was a 2-horse race. I went 6-8-5, and then the beauty of what we do, Jay, is coming to the track early and having conversations with other handicappers. And Angela Herman, who I respect immensely, and I had a conversation about 2 hours ago about the one Asina, and she made a really valid point about this horse. Loves the Canterbury main track. 3 starts, 2 wins in a second. Had a prep race last time that the horse probably needed. Hadn't raced since April. And this horse is going to get a great inside stalking trip. And if for some reason Thunder's Rock and Roll gets tired and Cupid's Crush doesn't fire, Asina the One is a horse to keep in mind in some of those exotic wagers. Maybe mix the horse into your pick 5 and have some fun with that. So we've got a couple of minutes here. This is Jay Litza from the Star Tribune. And again, if you're a fan like I am of his great work in the paper, send an editorial in to the Star Tribune. Remind them how valuable it is to have his analysis in that paper each and every race day. I think it's immensely valuable for what we're trying to accomplish out here at Canterbury, and he's a phenomenal handicapper, so I love bouncing the opinions off Mr. Litza. But I always get friends that come out here, and they want to figure out how to attack the races. So I'm going to give you my idea, and if you have a different idea, I love it. So, like tonight, there's 8 races. So if a buddy's out here and he's ready to spend 3-4 hours at the track, he's going to swing by Bo Diddley's or Pizza and Pasta and have some fun. I tell it this way. Rather than try to find a winner every race, invest $4 in each race and do a $2 exacta box. So what I tell my buddies is pick out one of the favorites and one of the long shots and box them up. And that $2 exacta box, so let's just use numbers. Like if you like the 7 and the 3 in a race, walk up to the teller, say $2 exacta box 3 and 7. So now you'll have the race if it finishes 3-7 or 7-3. And they're hard to hit. Like you may go through an 8-race card and not hit. And if that happens, you'll have 3 or 4 hours of entertainment and you'll spend $32 in beautiful weather. I went to a movie last night by myself. Bought a ticket, bought a popcorn, bought a soda. It was $25. My point is, this is a great place to entertain yourself. And if you hit a couple exactas, you're going to walk out here with a couple $100. And it's so much fun. Box the exacta, $2 each race. So you got newbies out here watching. What would be your advice to have a great night at the track without spending a bunch of cash?
Yeah, I would say be prepared. Do your homework ahead of time so you have a plan. Because, again, you don't want to have a horse you really like later in the day and be out of money. So always have a plan is what I tell people. Look at the card ahead of time or look at the paper, look at your picks. Our picks are on the website every day. Kind of have a plan, come in and pick the races you like and maybe bet a little more in those is what I'd say. So if you have that $32, maybe you bet 5 in 5 of the races and $2 in another couple races. But kind of pick the ones you like the most and keep track of how you do, because you'll find that you want to bet more on the races you're good at.
Yeah.
So keep track of what you do. I always tell people that if you're into this, keep track of how you're doing. You'll see where you're best at, and that's where you should put your most money.
Well done. Jay Litza from the Star Tribune. My name is Kevin Gorg. I'm going to head upstairs. Paul Allen, of course, on assignment tonight with the Minnesota Vikings, so I'll be filling in, calling the races for PA. Have a great Made in Minnesota night right out here at Canterbury Park. the dulcet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert. Brings them onto the track for race number 1 on Maiden Minnesota night. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, $1 pick 3, and of course, the 50-cent first 5 with that 10% takeout, the best wager in North American horse racing. The boys lead them off. Colts and Geldings, 1 mile. Allowance optional claimers at the gate in 7 minutes. All right, Canterbury faithful, time to take a look at the first 5. I've assembled a $24 ticket. I thought this first race was tricky, and the betting kind of tells that story. I went 1, 2, 5, and 8 here. I think all 4 have a chance at victory. I wanted to spread a little bit in race 1. Race 2, the 2 and the 5. I think Commissioner Oscar's in a good spot. If I added another horse, Jay made a really interesting case for the 12 competitive daddy. You could mix the 12 in there in race 2 as well. I like Litz's take in the second. Race 3 is that stakes race. I'm going to use Retired Kathy and Extreme Diva, who's going to be extremely tough to beat. Race 4, 1, 7, and 10. Sarge's Sermon, along with the Steam Horse and Esperado, and the 10 Cybertruck, who's sneaky. And I'll close it out with a single of number 6, Street Warrior, in the Minnesota Oaks. 1, 2, 5, 8 with 2, 5 with 4, 5 with 1, 7, 10. Single to the 6 in the last leg, $24. You can play my ticket. You can modify my ticket, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. The first 5 and a beautiful night of racing at Canterbury all crank up in 4 minutes. Good luck. 2 minutes now. 2 minutes as the horses are approaching the starting gate. Welcome to Saturday Night Live Racing at Canterbury Park. It's presented by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota State Lottery. Oaks and Derby night, a beautiful, beautiful evening of racing here in Shakopee. Welcome. If you're watching from throughout the country, enjoy what should be a fantastic wagering endeavor tonight. The horses have reached the starting gate. We are ready for race number 1. They're moving in line. A couple of Minnesota breds here facing open company on Made in Minnesota night. Number 5, Burning Leaves, and number 7, Last Martini, both bred here in the great state of Minnesota. Betting favorite right now, the 5, Burning Leaves, at 2-1. Last couple moving in, St. Elmo, Last Martini, and Rocket Wrench Stables, Mulberry Street will be the last in line. There in the gate. And they're off. The one horse, Handsome Harry, stumbled and lost a couple lengths at the start. A 5-pack trying to show speed led from the outside marker, Mulberry Street. In between him is Scooter's Boy, and up the inside comes Catholic Guilt. And those 5 run by the judges and set the tempo early. The last horse away is the 7, Last Martini. They bend around that first turn and head to the backside with Face Value in. Our top jockey, Luis Fuentes, leading. In tight there was Catholic Guilt, Scooter's Boy, one of the field's long shots, poised to pounce on the outside in second. Then we come back to Mulberry Street. Inside of that one comes Burning Leaves. In between horses, Handsome Harry trying to recover after the tardy beginning. Then it's St. Elmo and still nothing from Last Martini. A measured 24 flat for the opening quarter mile as they run by the barns, and Face Value and Luis Fuentes open up a 5-length lead. Now the others are sensing that warning call and trying to carve into that lead. Inside is Catholic Guilt. Outside is Scooter's Boy. Going for a run is St. Elmo, and blocked right now is Mulberry Street. Handsome Harry still progressing along with Last Martini, and now Burning Leaves have dropped all the way back to last. They bend around the turn and head to the top of the stretch, and Face Value looking good right now on that lead and still leading by 5. Scooter's Boy on the outside along with Last Martini. In between horses is St. Elmo, and up the inside comes Mulberry Street, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and still Face Value leading, but here comes Last Martini on the outside with momentum. Final football field, Face Value, and now Last Martini, and Last Martini makes the last move the winning move, and he scores in race 1 at a big number. The pick 5 starts with a puzzler. And on Made in Minnesota night, one of the 2 Minnesota breds facing Open Company scores at 19-1. Finishing time was 141.47. We had a claim in race 1 for $12,500. Stay tuned for those details. And a photo up on the board to decide the exacta try and super. Second place to close out that exacta goes to the 3, Face Value. St. Elmo finishes third, and 5, Burning Leaves, closes out the super. 7, 3, 4, 5, unofficial. Hold them all. Race number 1, official and cashable. Last martini for $2 returned $40.20. 10-cent super returned $184. The Ron Yeri, don't throw a holding penalty flag on me, exacta for $1 returned $114.90. That trifecta for 50 cents, $210.75. The long shot starts Made in Minnesota night, and it's a Minnesota bred beating Open Company. Into the winner's enclosure goes the 7, Last Martini, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Kayla out of Pink Martini. Foaled in Minnesota by Dorothy Urban. The winning owner is the winning trainer. He's Derby winning trainer, Chip Woolley. And the winning jockey, Fausto da Silva. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Last Martini in the first. We go to race number 2 on a firm turf course. We scratch the 1, 3, 4, and 9. 1, 3, 4, and 9 scratched. Race 2 in 22. And back to that claim in the first race. We had a claim for $12,500. The 2-horse Catholic Guilt claimed for $12,500. The new owners, Arendelle Ranch. The new trainer is Tony Rengsdorf. The 2 Catholic Guilt claimed out of race 1. And they're off. The 1-horse Handsome Harry stumbled and lost a couple lengths at the start. A 5-pack trying to show speed led from the outside marker Mulberry Street. In between him is Scooter's Boy, and up the inside comes Catholic Guilt. And those 5 run by the judges and set the tempo early. The last horse away is the 7 Last Martini. They bend around that first turn and head to the backside with Face Value in. Our top jockey, Luis Fuentes, leading. In tight there was Catholic Guilt, Scooter's Boy, one of the field's long shots, poised to pounce on the outside in second. Then we come back to Mulberry Street. Inside of that one comes Burning Leaves. In between horses, Handsome Harry trying to recover after the tardy beginning. Then it's St. Elmo and still nothing from Last Martini. A measured 24 flat for the opening quarter mile as they run by the barns and Face Value. And Luis Fuentes open up a 5-length lead. Now the others are sensing that warning call and trying to carve into that lead. Inside is Catholic Guilt. Outside is Scooter's Boy. Going for a run is St. Elmo. And blocked right now is Mulberry Street. Handsome Harry still progressing along with Last Martini. And now Burning Leaves have dropped all the way back to last. They bend around the turn and head to the top of the stretch, and Face Value looking good right now on that lead and still leading by 5. Scooter's Boy on the outside along with Last Martini. In between horses is St. Elmo, and up the inside comes Mulberry Street, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and still Face Value leading, but here comes Last Martini on the outside with momentum. Final football field, Face Value, and now Last Martini, and Last Martini makes the last move the winning move, and he scores in race 1 at a big number.
Welcome back down to the paddock for race number 2. We will go to the turf for this second race. We do have a number of scratches out of race number 2. We started with an upset in race number 1. Some big prices have come in on our turf course this season. Please take out the 1, Sweet Bodemeister, the 3, West Dakota, the 4, Incredible Victor, and our main track only entrant, number 9, BL's Concerto. That leaves Commissioner Oscar with the rail, and Commissioner Oscar is my choice in here as well as Kevin's. Right now he is, of course, fun, 6-5, but Commissioner Oscar deserves to be those odds off the couple of races that he's put in on the turf. Both of them have been pretty narrow defeats. He has been low prices in both of them, but he lost to some nice horses. In Cadtrick, found Jordan, who we'll see later tonight, and a very impressive firster from the Ravelli barn named What's Your Objective. Commissioner Oscar did all those from off the pace, but he has the capability to keep himself a bit closer. I think he might have to be in this group because Supreme Leader is going to need some company up front. This one has been showing good positional speed, especially last time with Barajas. That was on the main track, and now he goes back to the turf. He hasn't been quite as effective start to finish on those turf races, but they were only his his 4th and 6th career starts. Supreme Leader right now is a much better price than they all will be than Commissioner Oscar at 9-1. 13-1 is the price on Burn Boss. He was a very interesting item for me, and I did use him on my ticket, even though he does have that record to him. He does have plenty of experience over our grass, and he was doing that a little bit closer to the pace than he had been in the past. Burn Boss is another pretty versatile horse, and De Silva is going to pick up the mount on this one. I would expect him to be in the race early at a big number. Same thing might go for Blues Traffic. We'll see how much speed Arroyo gets out of him today. He did get to try the turf last time around. It didn't go great, but it was only his first try over it. He was in the aforementioned Cadtrick race, but Blues Traffic does need to improve just a touch at the end of things. We know there's a little bit of speed here, though, and the price is definitely right now. It's 17-1. 12-1 is the price on Riding Solo. Should be another pace contributor because he is coming off one-turn races. He does have a couple of 2-turn starts on both the turf here and the dirt, but they were against maiden special weights. He had some company to the outside in a lot of these starts, and maybe Riding Solo can get himself clear. Won't be an easy task. There are some other sprinters stretching out, but he's another one where he'll probably be early. It's just late that you have to question with Riding Solo. The Man, the Myth, definitely has a pedigree to be good at this sort of thing. It'll be his first try around 2 turns on the turf. The Man, the Myth is a younger brother to a horse named Midnight Current that we will see come around later this year. She was the 2022 Horse of the Year, and he does look a little bit like her, but hasn't lived up to those hoof prints quite yet, but he is still very early into his career. The outside post was not what I liked about him. However, like I said, the pedigree is definitely there to be any kind, especially this sort of horse. Latin Force, just to his outside, is the pick of Track Phantom. He's another one that has a lot of tries already, only a couple over this turf, and he does come from off the pace. Alonso Quinones knows him quite well. He's back in the irons today, and I think from the outside markers, Latin Force, with that experience and with that closing kick, is one that you probably have to at least use in the under part of your exotics. Competitive Daddy could fall into that category too, and Competitive Daddy is only on start number 2. This is his first around 2 turns. It's his first as a gelding, sorry buddy, and it is his first on the turf. Competitive Daddy will probably have to use some speed from the outside. Not out of the question though, and he is taking a lot of money on the board currently at 3-1 for start number 2. Rhino de Grace on the outside, good value at 10-1. This one should be coming late. He won't be too far behind, I'm sure, at any point. He has good positional speed from the outside too, and G-Rod will take over the riding assignment today on this Bruce Rican trainee. Rhino de Grace has shown some ability and has shown some speed. That's a good combo for 10-1. We'll find out in 8 minutes who is going to be the next winner here at Canterbury. The second field heads out to the track. Remember, scratch 1, 3, 4, and 9 from this group, and we will be back in the paddock to bring you the third. The Oaks is coming up soon.
Onto the track they come for race number 2 on a firm turf course. Scratch 1, 3, 4, and 9. We offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, $1 pick 3, and a 50-cent pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Turf racing at the gate in 7 minutes. All right, fans, we're going to draw your attention to the winner's enclosure. And keeping up with the Made in Minnesota theme, do you remember the game Twister? The game that ties you up in knots. The polka-dotted mat and spinner was designed in Minneapolis. They first called the game Pretzel. When the idea was sold to Milton Bradley, Pretzel became Twister. After sales were slow, the game almost became extinct, but Twister was saved by the great Johnny Carson, who got down on the floor to play around with Eva Gabor on his show back in May of 1966. The game is still a household favorite today, and in 2006, Twister was inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame. Angela Herman is now in the winner's circle, ready to play a game of Twister with some of your favorite mascots.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm down in the winner's circle for a game of Twister. We have Spammy, we have Skippy. May the best mascot win. Obey all the rules if you can. And Kipper, you are going to take the first spin. Okay, left hand yellow. It is a very breezy day for Twister. Left hand yellows. The hands are going to be the fun part of this. Come on, guys. Nope, got to be the hand, got to be the hand. Spammy's hand is already yellow. Come on, Skippy. Come on. All right, give him a, oh, Kipper, you can't let that happen. We have some technical difficulties down here with the Twister board. Okay, let's try a different one. Left foot green. That one's simple enough. Way to give him a softball, Kip. And again. Let's get a hand. There we go. Left hand green. Left hand green. Oh, Spammy, don't do it. Don't do it. Uh-oh, Spammy, come on, you gotta try. You gotta try. Get that left hand down. Get that left hand down. Oh, come on. Give him one more spin, Kipper. Skippy may be our winner if Spam can't get all that spam down. Right foot yellow. Yeah, that's okay. You can push him over, Spammy, if you really want to. We go full contact, Mascot. Oh, okay. We'll give him a break. That's okay. One more spin, Kip, and we'll let them go. You guys have been very great Twister athletes. Okay, I guess we're back to left hand yellow. Last mascot standing. Standing, Skippy. You're going to stand up and put that left hand down. And if you both can't do it, the game is over. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We're going to call this a tie. We're going to call this a tie between Spammy and Skippy. If they can't use half the board or half of their limbs, give them a round of applause for participating in a great fun creation made right here in the state of Minnesota. Thank you both for playing. Sorry about the arm length. Kip, great job spinning. We have 2 minutes until race number 2.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate inside a minute now to bet race 2 and that early pick 4. Want to say a special thanks to our season-long partners, including Apple Autos, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, and Pepsi. And with that, it is post time. Post time for the second. The happy 20th birthday, Lindsay Anderson birthday dash for the cash. Hello, Weech, and happy birthday to you. Hope you're enjoying your big birthday party out here with us at Canterbury. Fans, you can get your group on track here. We race all the way through the end of September. Head to CanterburyPark.com and put your group on track. As they load in, a nice battle for favoritism between the 2, Commissioner Oscar at 2-1, and the 12, Competitive Daddy, bet down to 5-2. The Star Tribune Steamer is taking cash. About half the field now has moved in, riding solo in that familiar Offerman pink and blue jacket. Next will be the Man, the Myth. These are Minnesota-bred maidens looking for their very first win here at a distance of a flat mile on the turf. Blues Traffic moves in. 2 more left to load. Competitive Daddy. And for you Cubs fans, Rhino to Grace will be the last in line. Good luck. There in the gate. And they're off. Field came off to a near perfect dispatch from the inside. Commissioner Oscar showing some early foot, but riding solo, and Brian Pena want the lead, and by golly, they're going to get it. The Man, the Myth is in second. Outside now comes Rhino to Grace. In between horses is Supreme Leader, and the last horse away is Blues Traffic. A fast pace early on as they bend into that first turn, and the long shot riding solo leads it by a neck. The Man, the Myth is right there. Gap of 2 to Rhino to Grace. Up the inside comes Supreme Leader in fourth. Commissioner Oscar in a good tracking position, just 4 lengths off those leaders. Under a nice pull, too. Burn Boss is 0 for 18, but in a good spot behind that one. Then we come to the outside to Competitive Daddy. Inside of that one comes Latin Force, and still nothing from Blues Traffic. A fast opening quarter mile of 22-3. And the Man, the Myth, on the outside is taking that lead away from riding solo. Rhino to Grace is poised to pounce in third. Then it's Supreme Leader, and Commissioner Oscar is unwinding from fifth. In between is Burn Boss. From the back of the pack, Competitive Daddy, and up the inside comes Latin Force, and there goes Rhino to Grace. And Rhino to Grace, without being asked, has taken the lead. And here comes Commissioner Oscar to try to follow that move. They're at the top of the stretch, and the drama is rising. And Rhino to Grace takes the lead as they stampede down that Canterbury stretch. On the outside is Commissioner Oscar. Inside, Supreme Leader. Final furlong they come. Commissioner Oscar outside. Rhino to Grace inside. Today is the day. Lynn Stable celebrate Commissioner Oscar in time. .136.51, a fast finishing time in that maiden Minnesota-bred turf race. Start number 9 for Commissioner Oscar. And he reigns supreme here on this Saturday night. Photo sign is up to decide the exotic wagers. Hold those tickets. The photo sign is down. Two, 13, 5, and 11 is the unofficial order of finish. With this big crowd on hand here for Made in Minnesota night. You'll see those light blue T-shirts. They've been all over the park here from about an hour before the races tonight in the paddock. Lynn Stables. Dear friends of mine, congratulations on that victory. Led by a former goaltender, Chris Lind, pride of Bloomington Kennedy. Beautiful wife, Carol, from God's country over there in Burnsville. There was some heartbreak earlier this summer, but tonight's the night for Commissioner Oscar. He runs a big race and pays $5.40 to win. The exacta return $15.50. Trifecta $24.75. Superfecta $13.52. The William the Refrigerator Perry double, 7 and 2 for $2, returned $102. On deck, one of our two featured races tonight. It is the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. There are no scratches or jockey changes in the Oaks. A race that started way back in 1988 with the great Princess Elaine. The Oaks is on deck with a fast main track. Big party on hand tonight for Lynn Stables. They are on hand to celebrate victory number 1 in the career of Commissioner Oscar, who is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Commissioner out of Miss Jane. Foaled in Minnesota by Mr. Pete Matson. Lynn Stables, the owners, the winning trainer is Mr. Joel Burnt. And the winning jockey is Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations, guys. Commissioner Oscar, a maiden no more. And they're off. Field came off to a near perfect dispatch from the inside. Commissioner Oscar showing some early foot, but riding solo, and Brian Pena want the lead, and by golly, they're going to get it. The man, the myth, is in second. Outside now comes Rhino de Grace. In between horses is Supreme Leader, and the last horse away is Blues Traffic. A fast pace early on as they bend into that first turn, and the long shot riding solo leads it by a neck. The man, the myth, is right there. Gap of 2 to Rhino de Grace. Up the inside comes Supreme Leader in fourth. Commissioner Oscar in a good tracking position, just 4 lengths off those leaders. Under a nice pull, too. Burn Boss is 0 for 18, but in a good spot behind that one. Then we come to the outside to Competitive Daddy. Inside of that one comes Latin Force, and still nothing from Blues Traffic. A fast opening quarter mile of 22 and 3. And the man, the myth, on the outside is taking that lead away from riding solo. Rhino de Grace is poised to pounce in third. Then it's Supreme Leader, and Commissioner Oscar is unwinding from fifth. In between is Burn Boss. From the back of the pack, Competitive Daddy, and up the inside comes Latin Force, and there goes Rhino de Grace. And Rhino de Grace, without being asked, has taken the lead. And here comes Commissioner Oscar to try to follow that move. They're at the top of the stretch, and the drama is rising. And Rhino de Grace takes the lead as they stampede down that Canterbury stretch. On the outside is Commissioner Oscar. Inside, Supreme Leader. Final furlong they come. Commissioner Oscar outside. Rhino de Grace inside. Today is the day. Lynn Stable celebrate Commissioner Oscar in time. Welcome upstairs to the beautiful TV studio here in the press box. Wheaties, General Mills, Twins, Breakfast of Champions. I think this Minnesota Oaks race coming up here in race number 3. Whoever wins this race better have eaten their Wheaties this morning. It's a very compact field, but a very talent-laden field. This is a race that started way back in 1988 with the great Princess Elaine. Most recently won by Thunder's Rock and Roll, who we will see in the nightcap tonight in a very glitzy edition of an allowance race at the end of the card. But this race tonight really starts and finishes with your opinion on Extreme Diva. She's won 5 of 8. She's 3 for 3 on the Canterbury main track, and she's trained by Mac Robertson, arguably the greatest trainer in the history of Canterbury Downs or Park. And he's won this race 4 times, but he hasn't won this race in 5 years. The last time he did it, back in 2019 with Ready to Run Away. For more on this great $75,000 stakes race, let's head down to the paddock to Angela Herman and Jeff Madej.
Very much, Kevin. Welcome down to the paddock. Prior to the Minnesota Oaks, we have 5 going in this group. You can see they're pretty evenly matched aside from Extreme Diva as far as the board goes, but it's an interesting start to the card as far as pick 5s go too, Jeffrey, because a lot of tickets did get knocked out after race number 1.
You're right. After that first leg, there was only 10% of the tickets left. Now, the favorite did win race number 2, the second leg, but there was a lot of horses in that race, so I'm assuming there's very few tickets remaining here. Now, there's 2 more big chalks in this sequence, but if somehow one of them loses, the things could pay boxcars.
Precisely. If Extreme Diva wins or loses this race, please turn off your ringer while you're in the paddock. Or if Street Warrior happens to taste defeat in the Minnesota Derby, things could get very, very lucrative, and there could be even a carryover possibility maybe in this early pick 5. Now, let's take a little bit closer look at the Minnesota Oaks, just because please turn that off. Who would call right now? Extreme Diva is going to be trying 2 turns for the first time, and that can be one of the main arguments against her. You have a horse just to her inside that does have plenty of route experience, but all of it recently has been on the turf. So if you're going to just start with these 2, with different angles to them, obviously, the brilliance of Extreme Diva and the route experience of Retired Kathy, I guess, how do you dissect what kind of trips each of them will get? Do you think that they'll stay close to each other early because that's typically how they've run in shorter races? Or do you think that Retired Kathy will be further behind Extreme Diva?
I think Extreme Diva will be able to control the pace here, and Retired Kathy's going to come from a little bit further back. That's what I think. Now, her best races have been on the turf, and that becomes the real puzzle here. Like, can she transfer that form onto the dirt? Now, we saw her back at Tampa. She ran a mile 40 yards and ran 3rd in a maiden claiming race, so not a bad effort. That was close up to the front, but since then she's kind of changed her style. I think it's Extreme Diva's race to lose, obviously, but if she can control the pace, she's going to be tough to beat.
Well, and that is an if, because they are going to go 2 turns, and typically she stays just a touch off the pace. I mean, not because she doesn't break well, just because that's been her natural style. But you see Columall to her inside, who's also coming out of shorter races, and Rosalina, who typically goes for the lead. If pace makes the race, and we would expect these 2 to be close to the front end, I guess, do you think that either one of them has a possibility of stealing this on the front end?
I don't think Rosalina is going to steal this on the front end. I think she's going to, she lacks a little bit of the seasoning of the others. When we're talking about a horse that went down to Oakland in Extreme Diva and won 2 races. Call 'em All, though, I think has a chance to sit right on the pace. You know, Mac Robertson also trains Call 'em All. Carmona's been his go-to guy. He's riding. Mac's won the Oaks 4 times. And let's not forget what happened last year when there was a 1-9 favorite in the Oaks. The horse did not win the race.
Well, this can be the test that proves them either as proves them as a 2-turn horse, or can cause a big upset in those sequences and maybe prove that that's not what they're going to do long term. But doing it against Minnesota breds is probably the best way for all of these 5 ladies to find out. But if you're going to formulate a wager, and you should be wagering along with this group and with this maiden Minnesota card, what do you do in the 3rd with a horse like that? I mean, does it start with just your opinion on on Extreme Diva, or do you start horizontal sequences? How do you handle it with a group like this?
Well, I think if you think you can beat Extreme Diva, then make your win bets, because you're going to get some prices. If you don't and you think she's going to win, then find that 2nd place horse. I think Call 'em All can run 2nd in here. That's probably the way I would play the exacta, knowing that if you play Retired Kathy underneath, it's not going to pay much at all. So that's the way I would look. I might start a pick 3 here as well.
Fair enough, and that's one of the wagering options that you do have in here. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and dollar pick 3 wagers are all available in the Minnesota Oaks. Now the field looks very good down in the paddock. Nobody has turned a hair, and they are headed to the track. I'm going to meet you out by the finish line, give you an update on how everybody is warming up for the Minnesota Oaks. Thank you for joining me down here, Jeffrey. Good luck, and we'll see you out on the track.
There's the call to the post for the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. Let's meet the field, led by number 1, Northern Angel. Northern Angel, owned by North Star Stables, trained by Cody Rosine, ridden tonight by our top jockey, Luis Fuentes. Number 2 is Call 'em All. Call 'em All is owned by John Mentz, along with Russell and Paul Sampson, trained by Mr. Mac Robertson, ridden tonight by Serafin Carmona. Number 3 is Rosalina. Rosalina is owned by Mary Moberg, trained by Veronica Litvin, ridden tonight by Guillermo Rodriguez. Number 4 is Retired Kathy, owned by Mr. Pete Madsen, trained by David Van Winkle, and ridden tonight by Chad Lindsay. Number 5 is Extreme Diva, owned by Extreme Racing Stables, LLC, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden tonight by Eduardo Gallardo. That is the field for the $75,000 Minnesota Oaks. They run into the history books in 5 minutes.
And as they head for home with a quarter of a mile to go, You Go Girl leads it from Blitz Joy. Ms. Bombay 5 lengths out of it. After that security problem in Kiss Me Red, Blitz Joy blew the turn, and You Go Girl leads it by 3.5. Blitz Joy is second. Ms. Bombay is jumping up and down. She needs to do more. You Go Girl pounding away with the lead. Blitz Joy still extremely erratic, and Ms. Bombay is next. But You Go Girl and Chad Anderson have won the $50,000 Minnesota Oaks. A photo for second between Linens and Lace and Blitz Joy.
That was a look back at the 2000 edition of the Oaks, won by You Go Girl, who was trained by Michelle Sin and owned, of course, by the great Dale Shenian, who we lost last year. The pilot that day, Chad Anderson, one of the very best. If you gave him the lead turning for home, you were in trouble, and he showed it again on You Go Girl back in 2000. And Chad Anderson will be on hand in the winner's circle after the race to present the trophy to the winning connections of this year's edition of the Minnesota Oaks. And Angela Herman is posted down at the finish line where we settle the bets tonight. Angela, what did you see in the paddock, and how are these horses warming up?
Thank you, Kevin. And what I saw in the paddock was the favorite looking every bit of the price that she's at. She stood out from the rest of the other four. And even though Extreme Diva, I know, has some questions to answer, if appearance is what we're going on, she was definitely the star of the show. But I will say, as we were talking about exactas, Jeff and I were talking about a horse to put underneath. Northern Angel also caught my eye on the inside, and I know that this may not be her ideal circumstance, but she looked very well prepared for the task at hand, and she's currently 6-1. Really, I think anybody outside of the combination of Extreme Diva over Retired Kathy will probably give you decent return for your buck. Northern Angel would be the way that I would go if you want me to assess them on how they came out of the paddock and onto the track. You can see Extreme Diva getting a touch warm. It is not a warm day out here today, but still looking the part of the favorite, and she is the one that they will have to beat in the Minnesota Oaks.
Thank you very much, Angela. The horses are nearly at the gate. They're approaching it right now, and Extreme Diva is on the board at 2-5. It's her first challenge around 2 turns. And her trainer, Mac Robertson, looking for his 5th Oaks victory. He's got a couple in here, including the 2-horse Call 'em All. Get your bets in now. It's almost post time for the first of 2 big stakes races tonight on Made in Minnesota night. The horses have arrived at the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the Minnesota Oaks. Northern Angel and Call 'em All have moved in line. Rosalina, one of the speedballs in this race, will be next to enter the gate with G-Rod. Pete Matson's homebred Retired Kathy, the penultimate horse to move in. We're almost set, as the favorite will be last in line. Extreme Diva on the board. Right now, 1-9. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Minnesota Oaks, and Northern Angel hustles out the inside and gets that lead, leads it by a quick 2 lengths. The favorite came out in good order, but is content to track that front marker. Call 'em All hustles up the inside. Then we come back to Rosalina in between horses, and Retired Kathy likes to do her best running late, and she'll sit 5 lengths off the lead. The stakes field bends around the first turn, and it's led by Call 'em All, one of the 2 Mac Robertson horses with those purple and gold silks, leading it by 3 parts of a length. Northern Angel, under a nice pull, is tracking that one from second. The favorite, Extreme Diva's got 3 lengths to make up. She's in no hurry early. She's relaxed and doing a good job of trying to stay off that hot pace. Inside is Rosalina, and Retired Kathy makes it a compact field surrounded by just 5 lengths. They went 24-2 for the opening quarter mile, and Call 'em All is calling the shots, but leading it by just a neck. Northern Angel has clung to that one throughout. Extreme Diva now being asked to move up a little bit by Gallardo, and outside comes Retired Kathy. Rosalina's being shoved on and not responding, and the complexion changes early into that far turn. Here comes the favorite Extreme Diva, and there goes Retired Kathy with that route experience to the outside, and those two look like the two that want to settle the score. Northern Angels trying to keep up with those as the Oaks field turns to the top of the stretch, and Extreme Diva has got pressure here, and pressure from Retired Kathy as they come down that Canterbury stretch, and they're nose and nose into the final furlong. Inside Extreme Diva, outside Retired Kathy, and Retired Kathy's got the better of her. Retired Kathy and Pete Madsen sailing away to an Oaks victory. Retired Kathy is the Oaks champion. .145.14 is up on the board as that finishing time. 4.512, still unofficial. Retired Kathy, a double-digit long shot who went off as the second choice in the wagering at 12-1. And after 6 consecutive turf races, comes back to the main track where she ran fairly well down at Tampa Bay Downs this winter. And she loved the main track tonight and scores the upset in race number 3, returning $26.20. The $1 exacta, $11.10. That trifecta, $24.40. Superfecta, $3.37. $2 double, 2 and 4, $43.60. Pete Madsen won this race in 2021 with Molly's Angel. And a mainstay here at Canterbury, Hall of Famer David Van Winkle gets his first win in the Minnesota Oaks. Here comes the Oaks champion. She's number 4. She is Retired Kathy. Retired Kathy is a 3-year-old Bay filly by firing line out of Shaw. Folded Minnesota by the owner, Pete Madsen. The winning trainer is Mr. David Van Winkle. And the winning jockey with a terrific ride is Chad Lindsay. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Retired Kathy in the Minnesota Oaks. Stand by for a post-race interview with Miss Angela Herman. All right, fans, drawing your attention to the winner's enclosure. Angela Herman is joined by the victorious trainer, David Van Winkle.
She's proven herself a very versatile and talented filly, and now retired Kathy is the winner of the Minnesota Oaks. I'm here with her trainer, David Van Winkle. Tell me more about her. I mean, she's proven herself as a sprinter, a turf horse, and now a two-turn dirt horse.
Yeah, she's kind of continued to improve a little bit every time we've run her. She's had some tough trips, but she's seems to be getting better all the time. I think the route experience definitely helped her today.
Looked pretty good around the turn when you were moving with Extreme Diva. I mean, when she came up on the outside, she's pretty game. Did you think that she was going to win a fight down the stretch?
Well, I was hoping so. That's where the route experience came into play.
Do you know the name Retired Kathy? What is the story behind the name Retired Kathy?
I think Pete told me that his barber down in Florida was named Kathy, and that's how he named her, Retired Kathy, and she retired. So,
well, I guess we can add haircutting to the list of accolades, but congratulations. Well done with Retired Kathy, really from debut right up until the Oaks. She is a champion today and well-deserved. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Retired Kathy wins the Oaks.
In the Minnesota Oaks, and Northern Angel hustles out the inside and gets that lead, leads it by a quick 2 lengths. The favorite came out in good order, but is content to track that front marker. Call 'em All hustles up the inside. Then we come back to Rosalina in between horses, and Retired Kathy likes to do her best running late, and she'll sit 5 lengths off the lead. The stakes field bends around the first turn, and it's led by Call 'em All, one of the 2 Mac Robertson horses with those purple and gold silks, leading it by 3/4 of a length. Northern Angel, under a nice pull, is tracking that one from second. The favorite, Extreme Diva's got 3 lengths to make up. She's in no hurry early. She's relaxed and doing a good job of trying to stay off that hot pace. Inside is Rosalina, and Retired Kathy makes it a compact field surrounded by just 5 lengths. They went 24-2 for the opening quarter mile, and Call 'em All is calling the shots, but leading it by just a neck. Northern Angel has clung to that one throughout. Extreme Diva now being asked to move up a little bit by Gallardo, and outside comes Retired Kathy. Rosalina is being shoved on and not responding, and the complexion changes early into that far turn. Here comes the favorite, Extreme Diva, and there goes Retired Kathy with that route experience to the outside, and those 2 look like the 2 that want to settle the score. Northern Angel's trying to keep up with those as the Oaks field turns to the top of the stretch, and Extreme Diva has got pressure here, and pressure from Retired Kathy as they come down that Canterbury stretch, and they're nose and nose into the final furlong. Inside Extreme Diva, outside Retired Kathy, and Retired Kathy's got the better of her. Retired Kathy and Pete Madsen sailing away to an Oaks victory. Retired Kathy is the Oaks champion.
Well, welcome back to the Paddock race number 4 upset in the Minnesota Oaks. Retired Kathy. I'm joined by Jay Litza from the Star Tribune. He puts the picks in the paper each and every race day. That was unexpected.
Yeah, like I said, I think in the preview show, you know, when horses are doing something for the first time, you never know how they're going to react. And you got to give credit to retired Kathy, though. She ran a big race.
Yeah, the Hall of Famer trainer, Dave Van Winkle, with Chad Lindsay aboard. But Chad, Eddie G went to riding a little bit earlier than Chad did. And when it was go time, like Van Winkle said, that route experience just kicked in. And that really was the question mark. That was what handicappers had to decide. Would it make a difference? And it sure did.
Right. I maybe expected Extreme Diva to be a little more closer to the lead in the front, but again, it was a fair race. They were both fighting down the lane, so if they go again a route at some point, I wouldn't be surprised if they switch places.
Absolutely. Now we've got a full field here. We go a mile on the turf. This starts the pick 5 as well. This is a great place to start a pick 5 wager here. And we talk about Jay's picks. Follow him on social media too. Jay's, what is your handle on Twitter?
Jay's Plays Strib.
Absolutely. And look up Canterbury as well, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Get all the information you need. Let's go through horse by horse, see if we can find a winner in here, because there's a lot of prices, starting with the one, Sarge's Sermon. Kevin Gorg likes this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wide open race. This horse gets the rail, has won here before, and, we're always cheering for Teddy G's group, so there's no reason this horse can't win. I think I have this horse second, so, again, the wide open race on turf, it often comes down to the trip.
Absolutely. The 2 and the 3 are scratch. I thought the 4, Mark and Greeley, last time out, Kelsey Hurd was aboard, is again tonight, did not get a great trip. I would take a long look at this horse, especially at 14-1.
Yeah, has a chance too. I mean, again, right in the mix in most of these races. So, again, it all kind of depends on the trip. Gets a better post tonight.
Coastal Waters is going to take money. It's Jose Silva's the trainer. Horse looks good on paper, has the Beyer speed figures. But I'll say this. 23 starts, 1 win. This horse has burned a lot of bankrolls and not on my ticket.
No, I can't get past that. I mean, if you're playing anything exactas, trifectas, superfectas, this is a must-use. But as far as the win bet, I just can't do it for the one for the last 23.
John Muckey trains the 6 Pervasive. We thank John for joining us at Canterbury for the first time this season. He's made some starts here, does have a win. He's in deep here, though, with Pervasive. Arroyo rides. I just can't find a scenario where this horse wins this race.
No, faces much better here. Only the second time on the turf, which, again, maybe second time on the turf improves, but it'll be tough.
Inesperado looked good on paper, was 6-1 on the morning line. I opened up the newspaper, found it on top, opened up the racing form. Everyone in the world had it on top. Angela likes this horse as well, and that's why it's only 2-1.
Yeah, I thought I found a diamond in the rough, but everybody's on this horse, which is a lot of weight for this horse to carry. Dropping in class, likes this distance. I think it's probably the one to beat, but 2-1 is probably too short.
Number 9, California Swing. The 8 is Scratch. Ben Woolley, Chip Woolley, trains the 9 California Swing. He's the trainer that brought you the long shot in race number 1. This 10-year-old kind of plods along, could get a piece. I don't have it as a win contender.
No, third off the layoff. We'll have to improve, but again, wide open race.
Cybertruck is the 10, trained by Kevin Danger. Upset winner 2 races back at 9-1. This again is another one that's going to need the trip. If things go right, sure, Cybertruck could win. You're going to have to get that trip, and if you do, you're going to get rewarded 9-1 right now.
Right, would probably like a lot of speed in the front and maybe close like it did 2 back.
The 11 right now is 13-1. This one also trained by John Muckey. Luis Valenzuela aboard. 0 for 5 on the turf. Tough spot.
Tough spot, especially from the 11 hole. If it was inside, maybe I'd give it a shot, but it's got a lot to overcome from the outside.
Serafin Carmona rides the 12 Mountain Pine for Veronica Litvin. Comes from versatile. Does not have to be on the lead, can sit off the pace, or can come from well back. Makes a run, but has not run much and has not won lately.
No, I think it wants to be in the mix early, and this horse has had some wins in the past. It's just trying to find that form from a couple years ago.
Troy Bethke, the trainer of the 13 Bumper Pool, 25-1. Sabalos rides. 1 try in the turf, did not hit the board.
This would be a big surprise. We'll have to improve quite a bit just to hit the board.
Saving my top selection for last, the 14, Johnny Dar. With those scratches in here, Johnny Dar might be the lone speed here. If that horse gets loose, look out.
Yeah, tough post to do it, but, be aggressive and catch if catch can.
They're out of the walking ring, headed to the racetrack. They'll meet the Bugler. Race is 8 minutes away. Pick 5 starts here. Be sure to get involved.
There's the call to the post for tonight's fourth race and that 50-cent final five, pick five. Scratch 2, 3, 8, and 15. Still a giant field. And a bevy of betting opportunities, including Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, $1 pick 3, and that 10% takeout. 50-cent pick 5 with the final 5 races on the card. Included in that is race 5, the Minnesota Derby. Pick 5 and turf racing happen in 6 minutes. All right, fans, especially if we've got kids in the crowd, head down towards the winner's circle for a special Made in Minnesota mascot race. Our very favorite mascot is Canterbury. He's limbering up right now to take on two of the fastest mascots in town. Skippy, the peanut butter man, and Spammy, up from Austin, are ready to take on Canterbury in a mascot race. And kids, we'd love to have you come down, watch the race, and get your picture taken with one of those beautiful mascots. All right, here are the mascots for the big race. We'll start with the first mascot. Very familiar to anybody that's packed a school lunch. Give it up for Skippy. Skippy. On the other side, up from Austin, Minnesota, let's hear it for Spammy. Spammy. And our very favorite mascot from Shakopee, Minnesota, it is the great Lucky. Lucky. We're ready for a mascot race. They're going to head onto the track and do a 50-yard dash. Side bets always encouraged. The heavy, heavy favorite is Lucky. Here come the mascots. They get set to dash. Our marketing department, led by the great Kip Rakes, doing a nice job of getting the starting line established. Miss Morgan is there. Mascots are like herding cats, but they're in position here. Kids, these are extremely athletic mascots. Some of the fastest in town. Skippy, Spammy, and Lucky almost ready for that 50-yard dash. Get the bets in now. We're almost set. Ready. Take your marks. Get set. Go! And there go the Mascots. Skippy has the lead. Spammy's chasing. And here comes Lucky. It's hard to run in that gear, but Lucky's taking the lead. And Lucky's got the lead. Spammy's trying to go with. Skippy is just skipping along. Oh, a little extra pizzazz for Lucky. It's tight. They've got 20 yards to go. Lucky's never lost, but Spammy's trying to spoil the home party. Lucky, Spammy, Skippy, Lucky, Skippy, Spammy, Lucky by a nose. He's never lost. Lucky wins again. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for that final five, pick five, and race number 4. Special welcome to Chris's bachelor party, Terry's 7th birthday, Rena's bachelor party, Andrea's golden horseshoes, the bachelorette party for the future Mrs. Tilford, Major Mechanical, and Kristen's I Do crew. They're all enjoying a perfect night for racing here in Shakopee. Oaks already in the books. Derby on deck after this turf event. It'll be race 5, the Minnesota Derby. 8-5 on the Steam Horse and Nesperado from that 6-1 morning line. Favored. About half this big field has moved in line. Next will be the 6 Pervasive with Miguel Arroyo. Then the Rocket Wrench Charge and Esperado, the People's Choice. Bumper Pool, one from the outside, and the conspicuous gray is the speedy Johnny Dar. Almost set for a great turf race. Good luck with those pick 5 wagers. And Esperado moves in. We're just waiting on Johnny Dar. Johnny's moving in. There in the gate. And they're off. An even dispatch. Nobody real keen to get on with it, so Johnny Darr from that outside post is going to make the killer crossover and try to take that lead, joined by Sargis Sermon, and now up comes Mountain Pine. Mountain Pine going to intensify that pace. Behind him comes Bumper Pool, and in between horses is Mark and Greeley. Then we come back to the favorite, an Esperado who got swung about 5 wide into that turn. Shading that one inside is Cybertruck, and the last horse away is Knighted. They come by the judges for the first time and head to the backside. Opening quarter mile went in a brisk 22-4, and Mountain Pine wrestles that lead away from Johnny Darr, and those two have gone 3 lengths clear from Sargis Sermon and the Q, who get a great stalking trip from there. Behind him comes Mark and Greeley. One from the outside is Cybertruck, and Nesperado, the favorite, is going for a mid-race move. Coastal Waters has 8 to make up. Behind that one comes Pervasive, and at the back is California Swing and Bumper Pool. 46-1, and Sargis Sermon starts to turn up the tempo, and Sargis Sermon making a move now on Mountain Pine. Johnny Darr still battling on the inside, and Cybertruck's in with a big chance at the top of the stretch, and the Sarge is trying to reign supreme. Sarge is supreme from Johnny Darr. In between is Mountain Pine. Up the inside comes Mark and Greeley. Mark and Greeley's full of run into that final furlong. Sargis Sermon still there. Way outside comes Coastal Waters. Coastal Waters from nowhere. Oh, it's tight. It is so tight. 4 horses hit the wire. Coastal Waters on the far outside might have got the nose down, but we're going to need a Polaroid to settle the bets here. One, 5, and 10 hit the line together. It is very, very close. Hold those tickets. We have a winner. The results of the photos show the winner is the 5. Coastal Waters by a nose. 5, 1, 10, and 4 in an exciting 135.74. But we have an objection. Hold those tickets. Hold them all. We have an objection that does not involve the top 2 finishers in race 4. The rider of number 6, Pervasive, Miguel Arroyo, is claiming foul against Guillermo Rodriguez, the rider of the 10, for interference out of the starting gate. This objection does not involve the top 2 finishers. The rider of the 6 is claiming foul on the rider of the 10 for interference out of the starting gate. Our TV crew will do a superb job of showing you the head-on view. The 10 has the striped jockey helmet. The 6 has the black jockey helmet and the purple and gold silks. The rider of the 6 in the purple and gold claiming foul on the rider of the 10 with the striped helmet for interference right here, right after they left the starting gate. That is the objection that the track referees are looking at. It does not involve the top 2 finishers. Stay tuned. In the winner's circle, the soon-to-be official winner of our 4th race, number 5, Coastal Waters. Coastal Waters is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Coast Guard out of Winning Weave Fold in Washington. Winning owner is Johnny Taboda. The winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. And the winning jockey with a riding double, Fausto da Silva. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Coastal Water. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have ruled there will be no change. No change in the order of finish. After video replay, the track judges ruled that the 6 was not cost a placing by any of that traffic early in the race. The race will stay as it is. 5-1, 10-4, going to be official in any second, ready to cash. And they're off an even dispatch. Nobody real keen to get on with it, so Johnny Darr from that outside post is going to make the killer crossover and try to take that lead, joined by Sarge's Sermon, and now up comes Mountain Pine. Mountain Pine going to intensify that pace. Behind him comes Bumper Pool, and in between horses is Mark and Greeley. Then we come back to the favorite, an Esperado who got swung about 5 wide into that turn. Shading that one inside is Cybertruck, and the last horse away is Knighted. They come by the judges for the first time and head to the backside. Opening quarter mile went in a brisk 22-4, and Mountain Pine wrestles that lead away from Johnny Dar, and those two have gone 3 lengths clear from Sarge's Sermon and the Q, who get a great stalking trip from there. Behind him comes Mark and Greeley. One from the outside is Cybertruck, and Nesperado, the favorite, is going for a mid-race move. Coastal Waters has 8 to make up. Behind that one comes Pervasive, and at the back is California Swing and Bumper Pool. 46-1, and Sarge's Sermon starts to turn up the tempo, and Sarge's Sermon making a move now on Mountain Pine. Johnny Dar still battling on the inside, and Cybertruck's in with a big chance at the top of the stretch, and the Sarge is trying to reign supreme. Sarge is supreme from Johnny Dar. In between is Mountain Pine. Up the inside comes Mark and Greeley. Mark and Greeley's full of run into that final furlong. Sarge's Sermon still there. Way outside comes Coastal Waters. Coastal Waters from nowhere. Oh, it's tight. It is so tight. 4 horses hit the wire. Coastal Waters on the far outside might have got the nose down, but we're going to need a Polaroid to settle the bets here. Welcome up to the TV studio. We get set for the second of two big stakes races tonight. This is the $75,000 Minnesota Derby. It started way back in 1988 with Blair's Cove winning that edition. We saw it earlier tonight. The heavy favorite had never been around two turns. That's the case tonight with Street Warrior, who's undefeated, who's looked spectacular, but has yet to run a route of ground. For more on the analysis, we go down to the Paddock, Angela Herman, and Jeff Madej.
Very much, Kevin. Hi, Rox. What's going on? You want to do the Derby? We got that coming up next, and we have another big favorite on the outside. Very rare that you would have the favorite in a race like this be the only one without any two-turn experience, but that is very much the case with Street Warrior. Your thoughts?
Well, we talked about that in the Oaks, right? With Extreme Diva not having experience going two turns, and look what happened. I mean, when, as Dave Van Winkle said, I mean, that route experience made a difference with retired Kathy, and in the end, it wasn't even close. So we'll find out here. I think Street Warrior is a different type of horse. Been very dominant, never really been tested, but it's 2-5. So those of you seeking prices, like you probably did in the Oaks, there's some other places you could go.
Well, and you do have the connections that brought out retired Kathy to upset Extreme Diva. They have General Battle Axe in this group. He's another one that does have two-turn experience on the turf. General Battle Axe has a lot of experience overall, and I mean, he's picked up a lot of pieces to go with that maiden win, and that was against Open Company. We talked about this horse last year. He ran this horse against Open Company because he thought it was his best two-year-old, or at least his best Minnesota-bred two-year-old, and he's developed into another versatile sort of runner, much like his stablemate retired Kathy. Even though you look up and down the line, you see seconds, thirds, some fourths, and not all of them were close. This horse has still been keeping very good company, both in the Minnesota bred ranks and in Open Company. And with all that experience on his side, what sort of price do you think would be fair on General Battle Axe if you were going to bet this horse to win?
Well, I think if you're going to bet to win, you're going to get a number just because all the money's coming in on Street Warrior. But yeah, retired Kathy was what, 5 or 6 to 1, and then all of a sudden the late money came in and she's 12 to 1. So it's hard to predict what you're going to get. But 4 to 1 morning line, I would think you'd get a little higher price than that. And I do remember this horse last year. We were all kind of high on the horse going into that Northern Lights Futurity. It went off at 14 to 1, lost by 4 to Frosty View, who's in this race tonight. But this horse has done, I think, a little bit more since then than Frosty View has run at different distances, different surfaces, faced more adversity. General Battle Axe wouldn't be a bad second option.
That's very fair. And as long as you do talk about him last year in the Futurity, we do have some very precocious two-year-olds that were in here that have developed into nice three-year-olds. You know, we have Frosty View, we have General Battle Axe, the 1-2 finishers from the Futurity, but we also have some horses that have developed a little bit more in their three-year-old year, and both of the runners from the Burnt Barn, including Victorious Vanda on the inside. And Victorious Vanda was a purchase from his previous owner, Bob Lothenbach, when he passed, and now he's in the same barn for different owners, and Victorious Vanda got a win in his second start, going 2 turns, doing this sort of thing. Do you think maybe the Derby has been something that's been floating in their minds the entire time with this gray in front of us?
Made in Minnesota night, named after Matt Vanda, the Predator, a boxer, won his first 31 professional fights. This is a fighter. This horse has won at a distance of ground, so we know that's not going to be a problem. Should get a nice inside trip. I would not blame anyone for taking a long look at this nice-looking gray.
Yeah, he does look very good down in the paddock. I will say Victorious Vanda caught my eye when he just walked by, but you would expect that from a field of stakes horses like that, and we got that in the Oaks. Now we're getting that thus far in the Derby as they parade around the walking ring. What we haven't talked about is Superstar Swank, who's coming off the turf course, got his 2-turn experience last time around. He was making up inches at the end. I don't think he was really threatening It's Bob's Business up front, but It's Bob's Business just ran out of his skin that day on the front end, set fast fractions, and kept on going to win by a couple. That was also Open Company too. Back in with State Breds now that he has a little bit of route experience and he goes back to a dirt course that he likes. What do you make of him and how do you use him in your wagers?
Well, don't forget Mac Robertson has won 3 Derbies. He won with Mr. Banjo Man, who's still running today. Hot Shot Kid just went into the Hall of Fame, and then Heliskier, a Hall of Fame member. So Mac knows how to get a horse ready to win the Minnesota Derby. I think this horse will be a big price at 6 to 1 right now. It's only 7 to 2 in the morning line. Nothing would surprise me. These Minnesota nights, Mac Robertson usually shows up. Wouldn't blame it. If you're trying to beat the 2 to 5 and you're looking for different angles, you can go with the proven commodity in Mac Robertson.
Well, and one last question in talking about, like you mentioned, the pace. How do you expect it to set up in this one? Is it going to be a hot pace? And is Street Warrior's best plan to just try to take them all the way or maybe try to develop a new dimension today and sit a little bit off?
It will be interesting because Frosty View's trained by Joel, Street Warrior trained by Joel. Both have some early foot. I think the last thing you would ever want to see as a trainer is to have your two horses go really fast and tire each other out and set it up for a closer. So I think there's going to be some race riding here, right? They're going to have to know, they're going to have strategy as a team and try to get things done. I think Street Warrior can run from anywhere, though. Again, we don't know that. Only gone one turn sprinting and really not challenged. But I think this horse is versatile.
Well, we will find out who the next winner of the Minnesota Derby is in approximately 8 minutes. They are headed to the track right now. Very classy bunch at 5 to start the late pick 4. You can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, 10-cent supers as well. This is a very rich group. They have another big favorite. He was the last one out of here. We'll see if he's the first one home in the Derby.
There is the call to the post for the $75,000 guaranteed Minnesota Derby. Let's meet the field, led by number 1, Victorious Vanda. Victorious Vanda is owned by Lamont Ninest, trained by Joel Burnt, and ridden tonight by Guillermo Rodriguez. Number 2 is Superstar Swank. Superstar Swank is owned by John Mentz, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden tonight by the Bug Boy, Serafin Carmona. Number 3 is Frosty View, owned by Charlene Gabler and Sampson Racing LLC, trained by Joel Burnt, ridden tonight by Luis Valenzuela. Number 4 is High Ransom, owned by Wesley Cook, trained by Bill Gadetz Jr., and ridden tonight by Franklin Sabalos. Number 5 is General Battle Axe, owned by Pete Matson, trained by Tim Padilla, ridden tonight by Alonzo Quinones. And number 6 is the undefeated Street Warrior, owned by Suzanne Stables, trained by Joel Burnt, and ridden tonight by Eduardo Gallardo. That's the field for the Minnesota Derby. They'll be at the gate and ready to rock in 5 minutes.
Continues to fend all challenges. Lieutenant Sampson right behind him. After that, we have Wally's Choice, and they head for home. And Carl is plucky. He leads it from Lieutenant Sampson, who now is set down for the drive. And Lieutenant Sampson takes the lead. Wally's Choice, his stablemate, trying to run him down. It's a Sampson civil war in the Minnesota Derby. Lieutenant Sampson, Wally's Choice, Carl back in third. Wally's Choice, yes, he'll get there. Wally's Choice wins. Lieutenant Sampson and Carl.
That was
ran a
2004,
nice
watching Wally's Choice come stampeding down the stretch with Derek Bell for trainer Mike Beeler. And we are in the prestigious Press Box TV studio with Randy Sampson, part owner of Wally's Choice. And for a Minnesota guy, a Minnesota owner, to win one of the biggest races on the calendar every year like the Derby, that had quite a thrill.
Yeah, 20 years ago today. And as you saw in that video, we had Sampson Stable had the 1 and 2. We really went into that race thinking that Lieutenant Sampson was going to be the one to beat, and Wally passed him at the end, so running 1-2. And this is a big day always, Kevin. You're right that Derby Day, Oaks Day, it's right up there for all of us that love horse racing in Minnesota to, get a chance to see the top 3-year-olds. This and Festival of Champions and a few other days are all, what we look forward to as Minnesota owners and breeders. So big day today. Great crowd. Handle's great. We're having a good time. Couldn't be happier about how things are going. And we actually have another Sampson horse. It's been a while, but my brothers have a horse, Frosty View, in here, so we get a chance to see that one run today too.
I think we're at a crossroads, and I think it's days like this that remind all of us how special horse racing is in Minnesota. And we certainly hope that the general public can continue to push that onto the legislators and let them realize just what a tremendous place this is. And yes, the crowds are huge. The action is awesome. But there are hundreds of jobs involved. Remember the late, great Dark Star always talking about not just the jobs here at our facility, but all the agriculture and all the jobs that come into it to help these Minnesota horses get to the racetrack in the first place. These are days we celebrate all of that, too.
Yeah, that's for sure. I guess I thought my Vikings purple was going to be okay here, Kevin, but I've been told that on Made in Minnesota Day I need to step it up a bit. So
your dad would be proud of you putting that jersey on right now.
He loved to wear the Twins jersey at the fantasy camp. But yeah, we do have our hands full trying to work with the legislature. We've got a lot of supporters over there, but a lot of opponents to gambling and to what we're trying to do in the horse industry. And it is as you said, there's a lot of jobs, not just at the track, but a lot of agricultural activity. The breeding industry has declined some from where it was, and we've got to figure out some solutions to increase purses. But we're having a good meet this year, and races are feeling pretty good. And so there's a lot of positives too, but it is something we're going to absolutely be working on. We've got to find some long-term solutions, and we're going to be trying to engage our horsemen and fans and let their legislators know. As you said, horse racing is part of the fabric of Minnesota. It's part of being a major league city. We're fortunate to have a beautiful facility and get some nice crowds out, and so we're very happy that we've got some positive things, but we've got some work to do too, Kevin.
All right, Randy, thanks so much. Good luck with Frosty View for your family. And Angela Herman, we're just moments away from the Derby. Your trackside, what are you seeing?
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, we are getting very, very close to the Derby. The field is getting ever closer to the gate, which has already been set up in here. And we have another big favorite in Street Warrior, who, leaving the paddock, he's a big ball of muscle. I mean, he left a very good impression on me, but he was getting a little bit warmer than some of the other horses to his inside, including his stablemate. Victorious Vanda, I think, made the best impression on me in the paddock. Now, seeing him warm up, you can see, I mean, they're getting a little bit warm. It's out in the sun, but it really is a good day for these horses to be able to show their best performance because it's not unduly hot today, and we're going to get a taste of what Street Warrior can do around 2 turns. He is your 2-5 favorite. He has the majority of the win money right now and also has a very sizable show bet on him as well. Street Warrior with all eyes on him in start number 3. The Derby is getting very close, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Angela. Just moments away here from the Minnesota Derby. Last year, this race was won by Roses by Liam, owned by Pete Matson, ridden by Alonso Quinones, and trained by Tim Padilla. If those connections sound familiar, that's the connections of the 5 here. General Battle Axe, who many believe could be the danger to the brilliant Street Warrior, who clicks down to 1-5, and they're at the starting gate. We are ready for the Minnesota Derby. Moving in line for the Derby. Race started back in 1988. Blair's Cove. We have other winners quite familiar in the annals of racing in Minnesota, like Timeless Prince and Silver Me Timbers. Croc Rock won this race. Hella Skier. Some of the stars were set to find out who runs into the history books. The last one in line, the undefeated Street Warrior. Here they come. We're set for the Minnesota Derby. They're in the gate. Movement. 4 high ransom. We're set, and they're off in the Minnesota Derby, and the favorite came out in good order. In fact, the favorite's up near the lead. That's Street Warrior, joined by Frosty View. Behind them comes General Battle Axe. Up the inside, saving ground is Superstar Swank. Then we come to the gray, Victorious Vanda. And last in line is High Ransom, who's got 6 lengths to make up. And Street Warrior and Eddie Gallardo, the favorite, are going to dictate terms here in the Derby and lead by 2 parts of 3 lengths. On the outside comes Pete Matson's General Battle Axe. He looks to sweep the stakes tonight. Inside of that one comes Frosty View, then 3 lengths back to Superstar Swank. Victorious Vanda starting to go for a mid-race move, and 8 lengths from that leader. And way at the tail of the field comes High Ransom. 24-2, a very measured opening quarter mile. Street Warrior so far doing it well within himself. He's never gone this far, and he leads through a half mile in 48-3. Street Warrior from Frosty View. Frosty View cutting into that lead. General Battle Axe now being pushed a little bit to stay with the group. Superstar Swank's got 4 to make up, and Victorious Vanda starts to unwind. Still nothing from High Ransom, and still Street Warrior pounding away with the lead. The lead is 3. Street Warrior now from Superstar Swank. Superstar Swank is out trying to chase that one down, but Street Warrior and Eddie Gallardo like a statue here to the top of the stretch. And they settle the score now in the Minnesota Derby and straighten out down that stretch. And Street Warrior, just like he's done in his first 2 starts, is straight, is strong, and is brilliant. Street Warrior has no rivals. Street Warrior wins the Minnesota Derby. (6-2-1-5). The order of finish up on the board. 1:44.97, that finishing time. Street Warrior sent to post at 1-5. And runs to the betting. Big crowd on hand here for Made in Minnesota night. Sees Street Warrior paid $2.40. Exacta $3.90. That trifecta paid $9.05. Superfecta $3.85. The double, 5 and 6, $15.20. Pick 3, $72.90. 4, 5, and 6 for that pick 3. Pick 4 returned $130.90. And even with the big favorite winning, the pick 5, $3,533 with a 1-5 on the back end. Trainer Joel Burnt, victorious with Street Warrior, gets his second ever win in the Minnesota Derby. He won this race back in 2022 with Love the Nest. We celebrate an undefeated champion tonight of the Minnesota Derby as Street Warrior heads to that winner's enclosure for the third straight time. He's a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Barbados out of Some Silver Gal. Foaled in Minnesota by the owners, Suzanne Stables. Trained by Mr. Joel Burnt and ridden tonight by Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the Minnesota Derby champion and the connections of Street Warrior. We want to welcome to the winner's circle Canterbury Park president and chairman Randy Sampson. Randy's father, the late Curtis Sampson, won the Minnesota Derby twice. In 2003 with Tricky Pick 6 and 2004 with Wally's Choice. Randy is presenting the trophy to the winning connections of the 2024 Minnesota Derby. Stand by for a post-race interview. He's undefeated. He's Street Warrior. The owners have a good one, and they're with our analyst, Miss Angela Herman.
Well, yes, they do own a nice one in Street Warrior, but they also bred him right here in the state of Minnesota. So tell us a little bit more about how he came to be. We were just starting to talk about his sire, Barbados, but tell me a little bit more about him.
Well, Barbados was a real good horse we ran, got Greatest Stakes winner, and we just put him out to stud, and we just bred a lot of horses to him, and we're going to keep going.
Is he pretty typical in one of the Barbados that you have, or does he stand out a little bit more? I mean, obviously a performance like that does, but him as a horse?
No. They're all come out of him looking real good. Now, some run better than others, as you know.
Well, we've had a great pleasure watching him this season develop all the way from maiden to Derby winner. Any idea what do you think this horse has mapped out next for him? I don't know if Joel's giving you any hints or if we're just going to enjoy the Derby, but he really seems like he can do anything.
We're going to let him enjoy the Derby.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both for being here. Thank you for bringing us him, and congratulations on your win in the Derby.
Thank you.
All right, he's 3 for 3, and he wins the Minnesota Derby.
For High Ransom. We're set, and they're off in the Minnesota Derby, and the favorite came out in good order. In fact, the favorite's up near the lead. That's Street Warrior, joined by Frosty View. Behind them comes General Battle Axe. Up the inside, saving ground is Superstar Swank. Then we come to the gray, Victorious Vanda. And last in line is High Ransom, who's got 6 lengths to make up. And Street Warrior and Eddie Gallardo, the favorite, are going to dictate terms here in the Derby and lead by 2 parts of 3 lengths. On the outside comes Pete Matson's General Battle Axe. He looks to sweep the stakes tonight. Inside of that one comes Frosty View, then 3 lengths back to Superstar Swank. Victorious Vanda starting to go for a mid-race move, and 8 lengths from that leader. And way at the tail of the field comes High Ransom. 24-2, a very measured opening quarter mile. Street Warrior so far doing it well within himself. He's never gone this far, and he leads through a half mile in 48-3. Street Warrior from Frosty View. Frosty View cutting into that lead. General Battle Axe now being pushed a little bit to stay with the group. Superstar Swank's got 4 to make up, and Victorious Vanda starts to unwind. Still nothing from High Ransom, and still Street Warrior pounding away with the lead. The lead is 3. Street Warrior now from Superstar Swank. Superstar Swank is out trying to chase that one down, but Street Warrior and Eddie Gallardo like a statue here to the top of the stretch. And they settle the score now in the Minnesota Derby and straighten out down that stretch. And Street Warrior, just like he's done in his first 2 starts, is straight, is strong, and is brilliant. Street Warrior has no rivals. Street Warrior wins the Minnesota Derby. 5. Scooter's Boy on the outside, along with Last Martini. In between horses is St. Elmo, and up the inside comes Mulberry Street. And they charge down that Canterbury stretch and still Face Value leading. But here comes Last Martini on the outside with momentum. Final football field, Face Value, and now Last Martini. And Last Martini makes the last move, the winning move, and he scores in race 1 at a big number. They're at the top of the stretch, and the drama is rising, and Rhino de Grace takes the lead as they stampede down that Canterbury stretch. On the outside is Commissioner Oscar, inside Supreme Leader. Final furlong they come. Commissioner Oscar outside, Rhino de Grace inside. Today is the day. Lynn Stable celebrate Commissioner Oscar in time. Has got pressure here, and pressure from Retired Kathy as they come down that Canterbury stretch, and they're nose and nose into the final furlong. Inside Extreme Diva, outside Retired Kathy, and Retired Kathy's got the better of her. Retired Kathy and Pete Madsen sailing away to an Oaks victory. Retired Kathy is the Oaks champion. In with a big chance at the top of the stretch, and the Sarge is trying to reign supreme. Sarge is supreme from Johnny Dar. In between is Mountain Pine. Up the inside comes Mark and Greeley. Mark and Greeley's full of run into that final furlong. Sarge's Sermon still there. Way outside comes Coastal Waters. Coastal Waters from nowhere. Oh, it's tight. It is so tight. 4 horses hit the wire. Coastal Waters on the far outside. Like a statue here to the top of the stretch. And they settle the score now in the Minnesota Derby and straighten out down that stretch. And Street Warrior, just like he's done in his first 2 starts, is straight, is strong, and is brilliant. Street Warrior has no rivals. Street Warrior wins the Minnesota Derby.
Quite the rendition of the Derby, and Street Warrior is now 3 for 3. A very impressive wire-to-wire victory by him. And now we'll go back to the turf. It's getting a little bit darker out here right now. Sun's starting to go down, but we still will go to the turf course for this race. Take out the 2, cross the causeway, take out the 6. Kal-El. That was a pretty important scratch because it would put some pace into the race. But Star Mission at times can do that too. Usually comes from pretty far out of it, but sometimes, like with a rail draw, maybe he'll keep himself closer. Either way, he has been putting in some good performances lately, picking up a couple of pieces, 2 seconds, and those were his first 2 over a turf course. Maybe he's taken a bit of a step forward at age 6 now. A little late to it, but he's only had 21 starts in those 6 years. Star Mission from the inside should at least be able to save ground, and if you do like him, you'll probably get a fair price. You get a fair price on just about everybody but Found Jordan right now. That price is 8 to 1. Rambling Gambling Man has been taking some money. He's 5 to 1, and this will be his second foray over the turf. The last time we saw him doing it was just over a year ago. He was second behind Rejection Hurts. That horse has come back to win at this meet, but it was against Claimers. Now, Rambling Gambling Man has been making his way down the class ladder. It has not been improving his performance, so maybe the surface switch will do that. And he, again, is taking some money, some support at the windows for late closing Rambling Gambling Man. Same thing goes for Midnight Royal. And if you haven't seen Midnight Royal, get a good look at him. He's not a small animal, but Midnight Royal sometimes gets wide trips out of that. And he's had some inside draws that have not helped him, and now he gets another sort of inside draw that should not help him. That's been the pattern where this horse can't necessarily keep his momentum going, so he'll pick up a piece but has not won in quite some time. And Midnight Royal is another one that should be a pretty healthy price on the board at 9 to 1. 10 to 1 is the price that you'll get on the horse right next door. Color Me Legendary. He employs a much different tactic. He takes them as far as he can, as fast as he can, and that resulted in his second win back in April, but things have not gone the same since. The scratch of Kal-El does help him a little bit, but the horse just to his outside, Time Muse, may not help because this one should show some more speed now that he has the second start off a layoff, and he's going to try our turf course once again. Interesting that Gallardo lands here when he had ridden Found Jordan right next door to a couple of wins earlier in the season, but he's going to take a try on Time Muse. The barn is trying to win them back to back, and Time Muse looks pretty good down here in the paddock. He's an interesting item. Right now he is 6 to 1, 5 to 2 the price on Found Jordan, who is just behind him. That was my choice, Kevin's choice, Track Phantom. We all like this one, looking for his 3rd win of the year. He'll try to get that second win over the grass, and Found Jordan does that from a little off the pace. He should get a pretty good trip from that post, and would expect to get him to get a pretty similar journey to that one when that found him in the winner's circle on July 3rd. My Cairo Kid, just to his outside, has some speed too. He should benefit from the scratch of Kal-El. He broke his maiden last time by under a pretty good ride from Luis Valenzuela, who rationed him along well. My Cairo Kid should be able to use that speed from the outside again, as well as Legally Ready. This one is the one that Valenzuela will choose, though. Luis Fuentes was on the 9, 12-1 and 8-1 respectively on these two speedsters. Mr. Insensitive, just to their outside, is looking for his second win in 3 starts, and he has established turf form over our course. Cowboy Cause on the outside, off 2 third-place finishes. Just did not get a good post in this spot. That's about the only drawback to Cowboy Cause. He's got the form, he's got the tactical speed, he likes this course. He is 9-1, but that is an awfully ambitious place to start out of the gate. 8-1, 12, and 10 for me in race number 6. They go a mile on the turf shortly, and they're headed to the track for it.
Sir Leonard Dykert with the impeccable call to the post. Here in race 6, we're back on the turf. Take out the 2 and the 6. 2 and 6 are scratched. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and our final $1 pick 3 of the night with races 6, 7, and 8. Competitive fields in all 3. Should be a very juicy pick 3. Get your bets in right now. They'll be at the gate inside 7 minutes. Fans, drawing your attention down to the winner's enclosure. Our marketing department headed by Randy Sampson. Free T-shirts. You got to make a little noise. We got the president down there. T-shirts, everybody. Make some noise. Two-minute warning now. 2 minutes to our turf race here in race 6. Want to thank some of our season-long partners. They include Tri-State Bobcat, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and the local Culvers here in Shakopee. Also want to thank Pepsi, our official soft drink provider here at Canterbury Park. When you're here at the track, grab an ice-cold Pepsi. Right now, you got to get those bets in. We're 1 minute away from race number 6. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 6 on Made in Minnesota night with this big crowd here at Canterbury. One of the field's 5 Minnesota breds is favored currently. The 8-horse Found Jordan, 8-5 up on the board, has already moved in line as they start to assemble behind the gate for their 1-mile turf journey. Second choice in the wagering, number 10, Legally Ready, who's 5-1. Wagering pretty spread out here, from 8-5 up to 21-1. The field's longest shot is Midnight Royal. Chad Lindsay rides that one. He rode a long shot to victory earlier in the Oaks with retired Kathy at 12-1. Color Me Legendary is moving in, one of the two grays in this field. Time Muse with the checkered silks, and Cowboy Cause will be the last in line. Good luck with your bets. It's turf time at Canterbury. They're in the gate, and they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch, led by Star Mission and Calvin Wolf on the inside, but now My Cairo Kid wants the front, and he'll take it away from, on the inside, Time Muse, the last horse away, the late running Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. And My Cairo Kid, trying to slow things down on the front end, leads it by a measured length. Legally Ready is pressing that one. Through from the inside, saving ground. Eduardo Gallardo on Time Muse. He looks for his third win on the card. The favorite, Found Jordan, in a comfortable position now in fourth, just 4 lengths from those leaders. Then it's Cowboy Cause, who's got 5 to make up. Star Mission started fast, but now has been restrained in his mid-pack, 8 lengths from that leader. In between is Color Me Legendary. Then we come back to Mr. Insensitive. Up the inside comes Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, and Midnight Royal can see them all. They went the opening quarter mile in 23-1. And still on the front, My Cairo Kid, and the top jockey here at Canterbury, Luis Fuentes. He's got that gray now by 3 parts of a length on the front end from Legally Ready. Found Jordan's going for a run. Found Jordan, the favorites, making a move. Time Muse is all dressed up. He's got nowhere to go right now. Cowboy Cause shaken up. Nowhere right now for Star Mission to move. From the back of the pack, Mr. Insensitive catches the eye, and they turn down the stretch. And My Cairo Kid's been there every step of the way. Off the rail comes Time Muse, who's got room now, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and My Cairo Kid leads it. Time Muse and Found Jordan out after that one. Into the final football field. Found Jordan just loves to run, and Found Jordan's won 3 of his last 4. Photo sign is up on the board. Finishing time was 1:36.25. Turf racing has provided some of the most exciting finishes all season long. This race did not disappoint. We come back tomorrow, fans, for Pepsi Family Day. We do it each and every Sunday. 1 o'clock post. A petting zoo, face painting. Kids race on the track after the final live race. So many fun activities for the little ones. Come back and see us on a Sunday for Pepsi Family Day. Photo sign still on the board. Waiting for the official result here in the 6th. Paul Allen on assignment today. Watch the Vikings get a field goal in the closing seconds from their new rookie kicker out of Alabama to defeat the Raiders, 24-23. We've got a reason for the delay. There is a dead heat for fourth. The winner, the second place finisher, and the third place finisher have been decided, but we have a dead heat for fourth that won't show up on our board. The race finished 8-7-9, and the 1 and 11 dead heated for fourth. So do note that the superfecta will pay two different combinations. It will pay 8-7-9-1 and 8-7-9-11. There you see the top three. The winner is Found Jordan, third time in his last four starts. Second goes to the 7-time Muse. Third to that 9-horse, My Cairo Kid. Superfecta pays 8-7-9-1 and 8-7-9-11. Into the winner's circle, the soon-to-be official winner of our sixth race, number 8, it's Found Jordan. Found Jordan's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Kayla out of 1-1-11. Brilliant training job by the breeder and owner, Virginia Peters. She's had this horse sharp all year long. Well done, Virginia. And how about the jockey? A riding triple for Fausto da Silva. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Found Jordan. In the gate, and they're off. Field came off to a perfect dispatch, led by Star Mission and Calvin Wolf on the inside, but now My Cairo Kid wants the front, and he'll take it away from, on the inside, Time Muse, the last horse away, the late running Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. And My Cairo Kid trying to slow things down on the front end, leads it by a measured length. Legally Ready is pressing that one through from the inside, saving ground. Eduardo Gallardo on Time Muse. He looks for his third win on the card. The favorite, Found Jordan, in a comfortable position now in fourth, just 4 lengths from those leaders. Then it's Cowboy Cause, who's got 5 to make up. Star Mission started fast, but now has been restrained in his mid-pack, 8 lengths from that leader. In between is Color Me Legendary. Then we come back to Mr. Insensitive. Up the inside comes Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, and Midnight Royal can see them all. They went the opening quarter mile in 23-1. And still on the front, My Cairo Kid, and the top jockey here at Canterbury, Luis Fuentes. He's got that gray now by 3 parts of a length on the front end from Legally Ready. Found Jordan's going for a run. Found Jordan, the favorites, making a move. Time Muse is all dressed up. He's got nowhere to go right now. Cowboy Cause shaken up. Nowhere right now for Star Mission to move. From the back of the pack, Mr. Insensitive catches the eye, and they turn down the stretch. And My Cairo Kid's been there every step of the way. Off the rail comes Time Muse, who's got room now, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and My Cairo Kid leads it. Time Muse and Found Jordan out after that one into the final football field. Found Jordan just loves to run, and Found Jordan's won 3 of his last 4.
Welcome back to the paddock. We are here. Hi, Callie, for race number 7. We're going to go back to the turf again. We're going to sprint 5 on the turf. But before we do, look who I found.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, KG. Great job, ma'am.
Fresh off the first Viking victory of the season, I guess technically the preseason.
Yeah.
Paul Allen, you couldn't miss Made in Minnesota night, could you?
No, it's well, when I got to my car at US Bank Stadium, I fired up YouTube and the live stream, and Kevin's interviewing Randy, and he made it with Beer Fest and just made it sound so festive, and then he put the Twins jersey on. I'm like, I got to be part of this if I'm only railbirding for a race or two. Plus, you texting me incessantly saying you have to come down here. Come on, come on, come on. I just had to do it.
Mission accomplished. Okay, we got you here for a 5-furlong turf sprint, just what you were looking for.
Well, that race number 6, hell of a race call by Kevin there. Nice job.
Yes, it was.
That was good.
And did you see the Derby winner earlier, Street Warrior?
Yes.
For 3.
Yep, absolutely. That's the race when I got in my car. I mean, just absolutely motionless was Eddie G, and what a nice horse that is.
Yeah, we had an upset in the Oaks. Retired Kathy. You can catch up on all that later.
Chad Lindsay.
Yeah, we'll talk 7th because you called the last time that a couple of these horses raced, and it was Hurt So Good and St. Charles right down to the line. Hurt So Good got his head down that day, did so at odds on, but we have a few horses returning from that race, including Hurt So Good. He's currently your 8-5 favorite, 7-2 on St. Charles. This is the horse who was just ahead behind him, fell back a little bit, then came back in the stretch. At those prices, who would you wager on?
Well, I mean, I didn't fly down here from US Bank Stadium to have to handicap. I'm not getting paid by race, so it's not like I get 2 races of pay. I'm here to be touted. Tout me. Yeah.
Tout you. At those prices,
Tout
I would
me.
bet St. Charles.
All
These
right.
2 were only ahead apart last time. Like I said, they went and dueled on the lead. Hurt So Good is my selection because he drew to the outside. But again, for the value, 7-2 is a little more fair than 8-5. I think that, for horses that were that close at the finish, you would want a little bit closer price. Hurt So Good is going to make his 3rd run now for the Silva Barn, and he's going to try to pick up his 6th win in 17 tries over this turf course. He seems to be in a very good position to do it. Again, it's just the money, and we're trying to make money. So if we're going to try to make some sort of trifecta or superfecta for that matter, and I mean, Kevin Gorg always recommends that we do that.
Yeah.
You're going to try to find probably a horse on the inside. And there's an interesting one that Track Phantom likes in here named Lucky Smile. Lucky Smile ran a bang-up race in his only try on the turf 2 back. That was in the beginning of June. He was just behind Samurai Mike, who ran him down on the outside. But Lucky Smile is going to provide a price in here. And he just went by us right now. 5-1 is the price. It should go up as they get closer to the gate. And I would expect that this horse to be a good player in some sort of vertical wagers and should provide a bit more value than the previous 2 we talked about.
Maybe it's Lucky Smile to all in the last race for Dr. Dan's Daily Double, and I am the chaser. So I haven't won anything or lost anything today, so I think I'll go to chasing with that double.
There you go. You got it straight from the mouth of PA. The voice of the Vikings has come back to join Made in Minnesota Day. Thank you for being out here with me in the paddock. They are headed track-bound to start Dr. Dan's Late Double. That's your last horizontal option on the wagering menu, but exactas tries and superfectas very much still in play with 9 minutes to post. They're headed to the track. One more for you on Made in Minnesota night. Good luck in the 7th.
call to the post now for race number 7, a 5-furlong turf dash. Take out the 1 Broisky. Broisky is a scratch here in the 7th. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, 10-cent super, and your final $2 daily double of the night with our final 2 races. Race 7, 5 furlongs, turf, inside 7 minutes. Don't get shut out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to draw your attention down to the winner's enclosure. Lucky fans are going to hold up their big placards representing a horse in this race. We want to thank the Minnesota Lottery for their sponsorship of our races. Those fans have been assigned a horse in this race. The winner gets $50 in scratch-off tickets. The second place and third place horse both get a swag bag, compliments of the Minnesota Lottery. It's our play of the day. Good luck, fans. Let's hope your horse wins, because we've had scratch-off winners in excess of a couple $1,000s this year. Thanks again to the Minnesota Lottery. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 7. Hurt So Good loading in as the 9-5 favorite. St. Charles, one of 2 Minnesota breds here, second choice at 2-1. Samurai Mike is moving in. We have a couple of hot jockeys. The 2-horse ridden by Gallardo, he's got 2 wins. The favorite, Hurt So Good with De Silva, he's got 3. Looking for his 4th on the card with the chalk. 5 furlongs on the turf. Good luck with those late doubles. They're in the gate. And they're off. Blue Skies and Angels a little tardy at the beginning. Outside as expected. Hurt So Good's got that patented early speed and makes that crossover. And De Silva, the hot jock, leads it by 3 parts of a length. Lucky Smile carving into that lead, scraping the paint inside. Then it's St. Charles, second choice, just 2 lengths off the lead. Samurai Mike closer than normal, 4 lengths from that leader. Boss 9 and Kelsey Haar prowling from 5 lengths back. Then it's Direct Action on the inside and still nothing from Blue Skies and Angels. A snappy opening quarter mile of 21 flat. And Gallardo and Lucky Smile turn them in to the top of the stretch. Hurt So Good on the outside as they stampede down that Canterbury lane. And it's the 2 jocks, Lucky Smile with Gallardo, Hurt So Good with De Silva. The hot jocks are going to settle it. They run down to the final 50 yards. Hurt So Good is lunging. Hurt So Good got there. De Silva with his 4th. Hurt So Good indeed. Two jockeys having great nights. Eduardo Gallardo to the inside and Lucky Smile to 2. Fausto De Silva looking for his 4th on the outside with Hurt So Good. They bookended the field in the gate, and they blanket the field at the finish. Photo sign is down. Result coming. The winner is Hurt So Good. It's Fausto De Silva's night. His 4th on the card. Race 7, official and cashable. $4.20 for your win ticket on Hurt So Good. The Jake Reed $1 exacta, shade under $10. The trifecta $7.80. The superfecta $10.14. The double 88, $8.40. Pick 3, $8.90. That exacta paid $7.10, the Jake Reed. Four wins on the card for Fausto De Silva. We had a claim in that race. The winner, Hurts So Good, was claimed for $7,500. The new owner is Hot Streaks Stallion. The new trainer, Eric Raymaker. Hurts So Good claimed for $7,500. That's back-to-back wins for the horse, Hurts So Good. One on July the 24th, comes right back and wins another tight one at the wire. And he's ready to greet the group in the winner's circle. Hurts So Good is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Mineshaft out of Old Time Religion, foaled in Kentucky by Joe Novogratz. The winning owner, Johnny Tabota. The winning trainer, Jose Silva, with his second on the card. And the winning jockey with a 4-bagger today. Congratulations, Fausto da Silva and the connections of Hurts So Good. On deck, race 8, final race of the night. Very attractive allowance optional claimer. In that race, we have no scratches, no jockey changes at the gate in 21 minutes. And they're off. Blue Skies and Angels a little tardy at the beginning. Outside as expected. Hurts So Good's got that patented early speed and makes that crossover. And Da Silva, the hot jock, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Lucky Smile carving into that lead, scraping the paint inside. Then it's St. Charles, second choice, just 2 lengths off the lead. Samurai Mike closer than normal, 4 lengths from that leader. Boss 9 and Kelsey Har prowling from 5 lengths back. Then it's Direct Action on the inside and still nothing from Blue Skies and Angels. A snappy opening quarter mile of 21 flat, and Gallardo and Lucky Smile turn them in to the top of the stretch. Hurts So Good on the outside as they stampede down that Canterbury lane, and it's the 2 jocks, Lucky Smile with Gallardo, Hurts So Good with Da Silva. The hot jocks are going to settle it. They run down to the final 50 yards. Hurts So Good is lunging. Hurts So Good got there. Da Silva with his 4th. Hurts So Good indeed. Welcome up to our studio in the press box with Angela Herman. I'm Kevin Gorg. On Marcus Foligno's birthday, we got to represent with the Wild gear on Made in Minnesota night. Thank you, fans, for coming out. This was a really cool night. We had a huge crowd. It started way back when Jay Litz and I were in the paddock for touchdown tiles today at the races. I was taken back by the amount of people here at that point, 45 minutes before the first race, and the crowds never slowed down, and we saw some unbelievable horses tonight. Street Warrior, to me, though, stands out.
Right, and he's 3 for 3. The sky could be the limit for that one. And for all you Minnesotans, this was a fun night for us because of how many Minnesotans got to shine tonight, including yourself. Well done in the announcer's booth. You were awesome every step of the way.
Where's PA? I saw him in the paddock. I'm like, oh, thank God. He'll come back up and
just disappeared.
He'll relieve me for the final two. I get so stressed, as you know, about doing this, but it's been a blast, and we've got one more great race. And we talked about this a couple hours ago. This could be a stakes race. The horses in this race are stakes caliber. Let's handicap together because you made a great point somewhere around 3 o'clock this afternoon about Asina. This is a really sneaky horse in the wagering. You're going to get a fair price. If you go back to the dirt starts, specifically in October at Remington, that 83 might win this race.
Well, and she ran on the turf last time, but up until that point, she had shown nothing on the turf. And she continued, no offense to her, she can't hear me, to show little on the turf. So getting back to the dirt she likes, inside post with some speed, it all added up to a horse I probably just should have taken on top, but just given that draw, I took Cupid's Crush. I really like Asina in this spot a lot, though, and I think that she's one that you have to use in any of your final wagers of the evening. She and Luana maybe fairly close early. Luana maybe a little bit further back, but she took advantage of what was a pretty hot pace last time around. Nearly got the job done. Moved with Lover Girl, just couldn't quite catch her down the lane, but only a length short.
Yeah, Luana's going to be a much bigger price than Lover Girl, who was all dressed up and had somewhere to go, and that somewhere was the winner's circle. This horse makes sense in the tries and supers. Unrivaled Queen is the other horse from Valerie Lund's barn, and this is another horse that if they let her go early, and again, I don't know if she's quick enough to go with Thunder's Rock and Roll, but she's going to be right there turning for home.
I think that she, Peppermill, and Thunder's Rock and Roll put enough pace into the mix where I don't know if anybody's going to be able to slow it down, which, of course, leads us to the horses that we do have on top. But if Unrivaled Queen is not your sort of speed horse, maybe Peppermill is. Peppermill is coming off the turf course as well. These two come out of that same event that Cupid's Crush did win, but Peppermill was the favorite that day. Now, she, too, has done okay on the turf in the past, but has done better on the dirt. She's 11-1. What do you make of her?
Yeah, she's good enough to win, and I think she's much better on the dirt than she is turf sprinting. My only worry for her is she likes to dictate terms, and I don't think she can do that here. I think there's too much other speed in the race with Thunder's Rock and Roll and Unrivaled Queen. But if she at some point is able to shake loose, she's got the back class. She's earned over $184,000. Now, Birdie Be Gone, at first blush, you'd say the horse is overmatched, but then you go a little deeper and think at the pace going to be fast. She'll be coming, and she's in great form.
Exactly. She has had quite the year, hasn't she? She's an easy horse to root for. Teddy G had the G wherever you are. Birdie Be Gone is looking to pick up another win for them, and she's a versatile sort. You know, this is what she does best, and she's going to be probably another decent price. Right now, that price is 4-1. Cupid's Crush, not as much. This one has taken tons and tons of money in the past. Last time, she didn't. The last two, you could nearly get 7-2, 4-1 on her. But, boy, has she returned to form, and what a way.
Yeah, what a way. Third off the bench now. It looks like she's running into top form, and it just feels like a race where she's going to get the trip that Lover Girl got last time. Cupid's Crush is the horse to beat, but this is a tough race. And Lover Girl, to me, if you didn't have her last time, it's tough to come back with her, but she proved she's good enough to beat horses like this that are in this race.
And Lover Girl usually stays further off the pace than she did last time. Maybe she's just growing up a little bit and getting herself into better spots, and the outside should help that case very much. She and Thunder's Rock and Roll have the identical record over our main track, but very different styles in doing so. Thunder's Rock and Roll has been dancing a lot of dances this year. She fires just about every time. Your thoughts?
Well, look at this. June 8th, June 22nd, June 30th, July 13th. What I love about her tonight, she fires every time, but she's got a little breather. She's been off for nearly a month. You're going to get her best shot tonight, and if she is loose, she could be gone. She is super talented for Bob Lindgren. What an awesome race. This could be a stakes race. Great betting race for you folks out there. Race number 8, 6 furlongs. The curtain comes down on Made in Minnesota night in 8 minutes. Sir Leonard Dykert, one more time. The best in the business brings him on the track. Do note, an update from the stewards. The number 1 horse, Asina, did not wear blinkers last time, and as you can see, she will not be wearing blinkers tonight. Race 8, 6 furlongs, $31,500 purse for this allowance optional claimer. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering is available at the gate inside 7 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 8 here on Made in Minnesota night. Outstanding crowd all night long. Thank you for coming out tonight. The Card Club open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, air conditioned, food and beverage service at the tables. We got Pie Gal, we got Texas Hold'em, we've got Blackjack. Stop by. We're back tomorrow at 1 o'clock for Pepsi Family Day. We can't wait for that. Right now, though, we close out that final 5 and that late pick 4. If you're alive, we wish you the best of luck. A talented field of Allowance Company. Hot Jock Fausto da Silva looking for 5, and he's riding the 5. Here they come. Thunder's Rock and Roll moves in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nice even beginning. Cena, little stutter step. She's okay. Outside, as expected, Thunder's Rock and Roll, joined by Pepper Mill. And those two speedballs head out to the front side. Unrivaled Queen going to settle inside and scrape some paint. One from the rail is that Hot Jock with Birdie Be Gone. Then it's the favorite, Cupid's Crush, in among horses. Lover Girl is closer than normal. Gap of 4 back to Asina. At the tail of the field is Loanna. They went 21-4 for the opening quarter mile, and Peppermill leads it by a half. Thunder's Rock and Roll clings to that one. Outside is Lover Girl. In between horses is the favorite, Cupid's Crush. The Hot Jockey has that gray Birdie Be Gone. He's looking for a seam, and so is Unrivaled Queen. The others have got a lot of work to do as Peppermill steers them to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Peppermill's 13-1. Peppermill by 3. Birdie Be Gone sneaks to the inside. Outside is Lover Girl. But in the final furlong, the upset might be on. Peppermill, spicy indeed. Peppermill, flag fall. To that's all. Finishing time 111.56. Unofficially 4 Peppermill over 8 Thunder's Rock and Roll.
Test.
Peppermill bet down in that final click to 9-1. Still a big upset to close the pick 4 and pick 5. Photo sign is down. 3rd place. Posted by Cupid's Crush. 4, 8, 6, and 5. Still unofficial. Hold them all. Peppermill loves this distance. Now 5 for 8 at 6 furlongs on dirt. First win here locally. Did a bunch of winning out west at places like Turf Paradise and Zia. And now she's getting set to move into the winner's circle as a 13-1 long shot that pays $28.80. Peppermill is a 4-year-old filly. She's by Strong Mandate. Out of A.P. Pepper, foaled in Kentucky by the owner, Royce Mansour. The winning trainer is Eddie Kurluk, and the winning jockey, Luis Valenzuela. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Pepper Mill. We're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day with the first post of 1 o'clock. CanterburyPark.com for all your tickets and deals and information. Card Club open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Some great simulcast action tomorrow from places like Colonial Downs, Saratoga, and beautiful Del Mar. The Matt Asiata 4-8 Exacta comes home, along with the Torrey Hunter for you baseball fans. That pick 5, $354.60. The aforementioned $1 Exacta, $88.90. The trifecta, $130. 10-cent super, $163.85. Pick 4, $78.45. Thanks again for coming out to Canterbury Park on Made in Minnesota night. For Angela Herman, Paul Allen, Jeff Bidet, and the rest of the staff up here, including our producer, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson. We appreciate your attendance at Canterbury Park. We look forward to seeing you in the very near future. Hopefully it's tomorrow for that 1 o'clock post. And they're off. Nice even beginning. Cena, little stutter step. She's okay. Outside, as expected, Thunder's Rock and Roll, joined by Pepper Mill. And those two speed balls head out to the front side. Unrivaled Queen going to settle inside and scrape some paint. One from the rail is that Hot Jock with Birdie Be Gone. Then it's the favorite, Cupid's Crush, In Among Horses. Lover Girl is closer than normal. Cap of 4 back to Asina. At the tail of the field is Loanna. They went 21-4 for the opening quarter mile, and Pepper Mill leads it by a half. Thunder's Rock and Roll clings to that one. Outside is Lover Girl. In between horses is the favorite, Cupid's Crush. The Hot Jockey has that gray Birdie Be Gone. He's looking for a seam, and so is Unrivaled Queen. The others have got a lot of work to do as Pepper Mill steers them to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Pepper Mill's 13-1. Pepper Mill by 3. Birdie Be Gone sneaks to the inside. Outside is Lover Girl. But in the final furlong, the upset might be on. Pepper Mill, spicy indeed. Pepper Mill, flag fall to That's All.